participating via video. Thank you for organizers for inviting me, but I'm still sorry that I'll be missing the conversations. My name is Cadet.
F5 is active. F5 is live.
Simbizi urakoze. Netwending swim.
Ntabwo yindi.
Maswitchinzi.
Hanze F5 ngorki. Yo ihita yigirira. Ihita ijya hano live. None yanjye.
Kongera isubize inyuma video zo gutangira ahabugenewe. Ubu turi set rwose, uwo ngo niwe number 1 utangira.
Microphone yawe wayifunguye.
Good morning. I hope you can see me. In a few minutes, you'll be able to see me seated somewhere or standing somewhere. You can see me. Honorable Minister, Dr. Omaria Valentine, Minister of Education and co-chair of NCST. Honorable Minister of Education of the Republic of Malawi, Honorable Madalisto Kambua Wirima, Executive Secretary of NCST, Dr. Eugene Mutimura, Dr. Tom Kariuki, Chief Executive Officer of Science for Africa Foundation, Professor Agri Ambali, Senior Advisor of AUDA NEPAD, distinguished guests, good morning and most welcome to the launch of the Grand Challenges Rwanda here at Kigali Convention Center. So I hope you've waited, and I've seen most of the faces here, the people who know about and the importance of Grand Challenges. So I hope you're very excited and you're going to share in these 2 days conversations, network, and meet people that are going to really elevate what this is all about. So the launch is organized by the Rwanda National Council of Science and Technology in collaboration with its national stakeholders, and as well as the Grand Challenges Africa through the Science for Africa Foundation and the African Union Development Agency, New Partnership for Africa's Development, so AUDA NEPAD. So the establishment of Grand Challenges Rwanda aims to support global and intra-African research collaboration to strengthen research excellence through increasing research and development funding and innovation development, especially in Rwanda. And this is something that, under the guidance of the Ministry of Education, we've been working towards for the last few years and ensuring that we are increasing our research excellence in that. So this event, again, gives us an opportunity to network, meet the research community, meet different stakeholders who are playing in this ecosystem, and ensuring that we are creating linkages that allow us to do the work that we are supposed to be doing to reach, to make Rwanda really a research and innovation ecosystem. So with no further ado, I would like us to quickly start into the program. These 2 days, of course, this is going to be the official official launch that we will do today in the presence of honorable ministers. We'll also have remarks by senior officials and other key stakeholders. We'll have interesting panel sessions throughout the 2 days. And most importantly, we're going to sign an MOU between, there's going to be a signing of an MOU between NCST, so the National Council of Science and Technology, and SFA, who are going to sign this morning, the MOU this morning. There's going to be a publication for the first grand challenges here in Rwanda. That call for proposal is going to be published today or within these 2 days. And outside, you can be able to witness some exhibition, some exhibitors, and see what's in the ecosystem. And lastly, I hope you're going to join us in the networking and gala dinner in these 2 days. So with no further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Eugene Mutimura for his opening remarks. He's the Executive Secretary of the Rwanda National Council for Science and Technology and the holder of this challenge. Thank you.
Minister of Education, Republic of Rwanda, and guest of honor, Dr. Valentina Wamaria, Minister of Education, Republic of Malawi, Honorable Madiriso Werima and your delegation, Delegate of CEO AUD NEPAD, Professor Agre Ambali and your delegation, Chief Executive Officer Science for Africa Foundation, Professor Thomas Kariuki and your delegation, Chief Executive Officer of CIFOR and Council Member of the National Council for Science and Technology, Professor Eliane Obarijoro, distinguished leaders of various institutions here present, and those following us virtually, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor this morning to welcome you all to this important occasion where we are launching Grand Challenges Rwanda. This is a major milestone for us as a country, but also indeed for the entire continent. The theme for this launch is on supporting research and development through cooperation to promote excellency and scale of evidence-based innovation. Indeed, this is a critical theme that is going to support us as a country, but also support our collaborators in Africa and globally. Research and innovation leading to technology development is critically important and indeed an engine for development of nations. Research and innovation development support job creation, support to build businesses and profitability, and support industrial growth of nations, as well as improving the quality of lives of citizens. We have seen, for instance, during recent COVID-19 pandemic, that research and development was critically important to support novel diagnostic innovations, new drugs, as well as vaccines. These advances have helped to save lives for millions of people. We are also quite aware that research and development leading to innovation is important in developing new technologies, especially the common new technologies that we usually take for granted, like mobile phone technology, computer, and internet connectivity. These have transformed our lives, the way we live, the way we work, and indeed have helped us to make our communication much faster. Rwanda is a young country that is rapidly growing, and we are working together with our colleagues in Africa to tap into the opportunity for research to support our citizens' well-being. That's why we are launching Grand Challenges Rwanda today. This is a bold initiative we are all excited about that is going to support and make a difference in our lives. Grand Challenges initiative is aimed at enhancing cooperation and collaborations across countries, and as a country we are excited to support and work with our colleagues to ensure that we succeed. We are therefore calling upon our colleagues and development partners, scientists and researchers globally to come and join us for this noble cause. We believe that Grand Challenges Rwanda will be a game changer and it will help create a more prosperous nation for us and our colleagues in Africa. During these 2 days, we will have a number of discussions on implementation strategies of new technologies, including investment in research and development, building partnership across Africa to ensure that we succeed as a continent. We will assess the maturity of several of our potential innovations that are likely to transition to scale, as well as identify those potential opportunities that can easily be commercialized while we are working with our colleagues in all countries in Africa and globally. The goal is to support us to grow as a country. The goal is to form strong partnerships. The goal is to discuss how we can have solutions based on evidence. And we will continue to work together to ensure that we advocate for better financing for research, prioritization, advocacy, dissemination of findings, as well as adhering to fundamentals of accountability and good governance. Finally, and most important, today we shall launch a call for proposal to solicit applicants from Rwanda to work with their colleagues in Africa to address some of these challenges. We are grateful to a number of partners, actually, that have been very, very supportive, particularly the leadership of AUD and NEPAD. I recognize Professor Agre Ambali and the team. Very many people have been behind this. Maria Stella Namiaro, I recognize also that Science for Africa Foundation, Professor Tom Kariuki, Dr. Moses, Mr. Simon Doré, and others have been very supportive. We would like also to thank our council members, specifically Professor Yanu Barijoro and Dr. Segnet Kelemo, for their continued support and the guidance to launch Grand Challenges. Allow me to conclude by saying that we are indeed again excited to launch Grand Challenges and for the future benefits of our mutual collaborations. We are confident that Grand Challenges is going to succeed. Together, we can make a difference in our lives. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eugene, for those introductory remarks and really giving us again a glimpse of why we were launching today Grand Challenges in Rwanda. So we have a very important guest who could not, unfortunately, be here with us. Kedest Tesfa Georgis from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. She was on her way here but couldn't make it. But she sent in a video for her keynote speech. And I know most people here know her. She is leads the Global Partnership and Grand Challenges team within the Discovery and Translational Sciences program at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And she has really played a big role in ensuring that this program becomes a global network. And at a global level, there's scientific projects in low and middle income countries are directly supported. So with no further ado, she has kindly sent us a video of what she wanted to say, and I know in her heart she's here in Kigali. So please, technical team, if you can put on her speech.
Good morning, dear colleagues. Thank you so much for having me today. I was supposed to be there in person, but travel plans fell apart. But nevertheless, incredibly grateful for participating via video. Thank you for organizers for inviting me, but I'm still sorry that I'll be missing the conversations. My name is Kedest Tesfa Georgis. I work for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, which is almost 25 years old now. Bill and Melinda Gates had seen the power of innovation throughout their career at Microsoft. Computers had gone from being big, expensive machines that only large businesses and governments had to a tool everybody could put on their desk. They wanted that access to computers and information to be available to as many people as possible, knowing that millions just didn't still have access. Their philanthropic work started with wanting to give access to information via computers, and that's how the Gates Foundation was born. They still believed in the power of innovation, but they wanted to make sure that innovation was also equitable, that it solved everybody's problems. I think you can define the Gates Foundation by those two words, innovation and equity. Now I want to spend a few minutes just introducing you to more specifically to the work the Gates Foundation does. We have 4 specific lanes of work that helps us achieve our vision of a world where every person has the opportunity to live a healthy and productive life. We believe the path out of poverty begins with the next generation can access quality health care and great education. We also believe in empowering the poorest, especially women and girls, to transform their lives. We believe we can save lives by delivering the latest in science and technology to those with the greatest needs. We know our resources alone are not enough, so we work to change public policies, attitudes, and behaviors to improve lives. We have a broad set of agendas. For polio and malaria, our goal is eradication, reduction of transmission for HIV and TB, reduction of the disease burden for the enteric and diarrheal diseases and pneumonia. A combination of eradication, elimination, and reduction of disease burden are for the neglected tropical disease portfolio. Our maternal, neonatal, child health, and family planning focus areas, you can see them listed here. They're also about maximizing development potential, reducing preventable reproductive and sexual diseases, and maximizing information so women can make informed decisions about our own health. We have access agenda for 3 areas: water, sanitation, and health, nutrition, and also financial services for the poor. Finally, increasing agricultural productivity to reduce poverty for farming families is a goal for our agriculture development teams. In that slide, you saw a lot of different disease areas like polio and malaria and HIV and TB and so on. In every single one of those disease areas, we are focused on discovering new solutions, but also making existing solutions and technologies fit for purpose. And that's what my team, the Discovery and Translational Sciences, is all about. We have expertise in drug and vaccine discovery, contraceptive technology, and other areas of research and development that affect all the work the Gates Foundation does. Within this team, I lead the Global Partnership and Grand Challenges team. And I want to tell you a little bit about where Grand Challenges came from, where it is now, and where we're going. Underlying Grand Challenges is this principle that great ideas come from everywhere. When we started 20 years ago, there was no way to turn the great ideas that were flowing everywhere into solutions for people in communities around the world. Bill and Melinda Gates and their partners wanted to change that. So they started this program to tap into the innovative capacity of the whole world to solve the challenges that face the most marginalized people. Grand Challenges was one of the first big programs at the foundation funded back in 2003. The concept was pretty simple. There were some major technical questions that were needed to answer to move forward in global health. Examples are drug resistance, or control insect vectors. But very few scientists were working on them because there wasn't any money for it. As a result, there just weren't a lot of promising leads to follow to really make a difference. So, Grand Challenges would list the most pressing problems in global health, ask scientists to submit their best ideas for how to address them, and then provide resources to the most promising one. And it started to work. There were some fantastic ideas and projects from best universities and research centers working and thinking of TB and malaria. So over time, we evolved, our work evolved, our programs evolved as we learned and tweaked our system. We created programs that were specifically designed to bring more global talent to entice them to participate into the global health ecosystem. We could make it even easier for people to participate. Programs like Grand Challenges Exploration did exactly this. With a much shorter application, 2 pages, and a smaller seed grants, we had more innovators competing and winning grants, and our footprint grew, as you can see in this map. Over time, Grand Challenges Exploration helped reach hundreds of investigators in almost 70 countries. Then there was another evolution. We needed to strengthen a permanent Grand Challenges research and development ecosystem around the world that could continually be using world-class expertise and local knowledge to solve problems in a much nimble way. COVID-19 really underscored those lessons when, at the end of the day, it was every country for itself, and the countries that did not have the infrastructure or the funds were last in line for life-saving solutions. That humanitarian disaster was for us more proof that the way we were thinking about research and development and global health was in the right direction. We now call Grand Challenges a global family of initiative. It is not a Gates Foundation program anymore. It is a global movement. There are Grand Challenges program in Brazil, in India, in Ethiopia, in Senegal, in South Africa. And today we are here to celebrate the launch of Grand Challenges Rwanda. Each of these programs funds fantastic scientific projects, and they fund what they are focused based on their needs on the ground. And they all work closely together to share ideas and resources to overcome the common challenges that get in the way of doing really great science in so many countries. By working independently and in partnership, this network of Grand Challenges partners in over a dozen countries has allowed us to significantly grow our reach and impact. In our first 2 years at the Gates Foundation, from 2003 and 2005, we have made 43 fantastic grants, but they only covered 10 countries. Today, because of this network of partners, we have funded and co-funded 3,600 Grand Challenges grants and supporting investigators in over 115 countries. In short, Grand Challenges Rwanda is part of a movement that supports and funds investigators. So now let me talk a little bit more about how Grand Challenges program actually works day to day. The initiative is about seeking and seeding innovation. It's about attracting and encouraging the world IQ to work on issues we all care about. It is also about continuing to broaden the partnership, align the research agenda, and support more innovations and deeper support for the innovators. It's also about continuing the momentum, more of us working together, giving those innovative ideas a chance to become a reality. It's about creating a support system. These principles capture some of the key lessons we have all learned in the past 20 years, and I hope they'll be useful for Grand Challenges Rwanda as well. First, having a clear sense of the big goals you're trying to achieve, the grand challenges, help generate attention and make sure everybody is aligned before the work even starts. Second, having specific and open calls for proposals means you get proposals that meet your specific needs at any given time, and you get ideas from the widest range of people. Third, it is a partnership. It's not about giving someone just the resources and then leaving them alone. It's about giving them some funding and a community to work in partnership toward impact. Fourth, more about that word impact. We have learned that there is some really great science out there that doesn't have a chance to save or improve lives anytime soon. It's fascinating intellectually, but it doesn't make a big difference, and we want the projects that make a big difference. So finally, and fifth, we have to focus on deployment as well as discovery. We need to focus on translating science into solutions and health interventions. Let me conclude by telling you a little bit about this family you're joining, who we are, and what we believe. We believe that science, technology, and out-of-the-box thinking are some of the best tools we have to solve problems and make people's lives better. We believe that innovation is not just the most cutting-edge thing you can do in a lab, but a sensitive way of thinking about how breakthrough in a lab actually change people's lives in communities. We believe that the resources to do science and technology at the highest level should not be confined to high-income countries. True equity means funding science everywhere that science needs to be done. We believe that this work is most effective and most sustainable when it is locally led and when experts from around the world support the work according to their unique expertise. And we believe that working in partnership alongside others who are working on similar problems in their communities multiplies our impact. So finally, we believe that when Rwandan innovators have the support they need, they will innovate and come up with tools and knowledge and solutions that will touch lives in a positive way. And not just for Rwanda, but across Africa and around the world. So a huge welcome to the family, Grand Challenges Rwanda. Today, we celebrate you. But tomorrow, we roll up our sleeves and get to work together. Thank you so much for having me. Congratulations, and have a great rest of the meeting, and hope to see you all soon. Thank you.
A very big round of applause for Kedest. I think even though she's not here, this was a very, very powerful remark around what this means, especially for Rwanda. I think we're going to enter into a very big family, a very interesting family, and hopefully, and I was looking at that list of some of the applications and some of the impetus areas that they're looking at. And I think that also aligns to some of the challenges that we want to solve in Rwanda. So it's really an interesting family that we are entering. So with no further ado, we're going to expand on this conversation. We're going to have a short panel session that will be discussing around prospects for research and innovation development in Africa, and especially lessons learned from Grand Challenges national programs, more specifically from Ethiopia and South Africa. And this panel is going to be moderated by Moses Alobo, who's the program manager of Grand Challenges Africa, and he's going to call upon all the different panelists. So welcome, Moses.
So, honorable ministers, senior executives, senior advisors, elite scientists, policymakers, institutional leads, colleagues, and friends. Good morning. Morning again. I'm absolutely excited to be here today on this auspicious occasion for the launch of Grand Challenges Rwanda. It's been a fulfilling journey and actually quite easy, I would say, working with the National Commission for Science and Technology, led by your Executive Secretary. To start us off in this particular panel, allow me to invite on stage Dr. Esperance Munganyika, who is the head of the Department of the National Research and Innovation Fund at the National Council for Science and Technology Rwanda, who, before joining the NCST, served as a research scientist for over 12 years in Rwanda Agriculture and Animal Resources Development Board. Dr. Esperance, please. Next, allow me to invite Professor Eliani Ubalijoro, who is the CEO of CIFOR, ICRAF, and Director General of World Agroforestry, also known as ICRAF. She is a member of the Capitals Coalition Supervisory Board, is a professor of practice for public-private sector partnerships at McGill University Institute for the Study of International Development since 2008, and also a member of Rwanda's National Science and Technology Council and the Presidential Advisory Council. Thank you, Elian. And next is Zoleka Ngete, who's a Senior Program Manager at the Grants Innovation and Product Development Division of the South African Medical Research Council, where she manages the Strategic Health Innovation Partnerships and Grand Challenges South Africa programs. Welcome, Zoleka. And then finally, Dr. Shalo Daba Hamuse, who is graduated from Jimma University, Ethiopia, and also from the Royal Tropical Institute in the Netherlands, and has got a Doctor of Philosophy from University of Bergen, has published over 50 peer-reviewed articles on TB, HIV, and maternal and child health, but most importantly runs Grand Challenges Ethiopia. So that's your panel. I believe we're going to have a very interesting discussion. And just to give you a brief of what we are going to be discussing, we'll be focusing on how Grand Challenges program, what we are calling the movement, is actually connected to R&D on the African continent, because we believe that by investing in science and technology, African countries can unlock their potential and drive sustainable development, address societal issues, and improve the well-being of our citizens. So there are big strides that we need to make in R&D. And we believe that the Grand Challenges movement will actually do this for us. There are some cross-cutting issues which we are just about to start talking about. And we also believe that the document that you have in front of you, the Strategy for Grand Challenges Rwanda 2023-2028, should be able to provide a solution to whatever it is that we have as a goal for R&D contributing to the development of Rwanda. For me, I believe, and I think it's also true, that intelligence is equally distributed around the world, but opportunity is not. We need to get to a point where we provide those particular opportunities and also focus on our local priorities. Okay then, so I hope your mic's on. Let's see if I can get it. Yeah. Okay then. Hope you can hear me. All right. So let's start with you, Eliane. So, Eliane, you've been a member of the National Commission for Science and Technology Advisory Council. You've advocated for the formulation and establishment of GC Rwanda. You've also received funding from Grand Challenges Canada and also from Grand Challenges Explorations. Now you have pushed for other people to get this particular opportunity. Why is this? What do you think it is that we are going for here?
So in 1994,
It's not, I think it's the other one, maybe.
you need to switch on. Yes, I think I'm good. Thank you. So in 1994, I was a 20-year-old master's student doing my master's in molecular genetics. And we all know what was happening at the time in Rwanda. And I would say it was the most difficult time in my life. And so for me to have been able in 2011 and then 2014 to be awarded Grand Challenges grants in health as well as in agriculture has been an amazing journey. And Moses, you talked about the urgency of opportunity, equity in opportunity. And so when I look back to my 22-year-old self, the opportunities that I've had since are amazing. And I feel like every single African scientist needs to get those opportunities. We know that we will be half the working force on the planet by 2035, and we know the population will be doubling by 2050. And so how Africa engages in solving the grand challenges, not only in our individual countries, but for the whole planet, will be critical for humanity and for the planet. And so I really see this as really important that we have formulations of grand challenges for countries so that they can tackle their own issues, but we also have collaborations across grand challenges programs so that we tackle global challenges collectively. And for me, I recently moved to Nairobi after 34 years in living in Canada. So it's also about brain flow. How do we encourage the circulation of our collective intelligence to help solve problems? So going back to who I was in my youth at 22 years old, and I see myself today in 2023, leading an organization of over 730 people across Asia, Africa, Latin America, and we've also offices in Europe. I think it's amazing that this is possible, and it's only possible because of the opportunities I was given through initiatives like the Grand Challenges program. So if I can be a fruit of these programs, imagine what this generation of young people today can become and bring to humanity and prepare for our future. So I am an advocate of scaling scientific work, of encouraging women and girls in science, and of ensuring that every part of the population contributes of how we innovate. Kedest was talking about the importance of innovation and how innovation is critical to tackling the challenges and bringing about the needed mindset to do so. So I feel it's very critical, and I'm very proud today to be able to be here for the launch of Grand Challenges Rwanda and to think about the most difficult time in my life and to think about today as the most hopeful day in my life. And it's really about how do we create this. At the same time as we're having this launch, there's also a Peace and Security Conference happening in the Convention Center here. And I feel that innovation is central to bringing peace, prosperity, and sustainability for everyone on the planet. So thank you, Moses.
Yeah, so Esperance, Eliane talked about circulation of our collective intelligence and also mentioned that all parts of a region should actually be contributory if we are to make a mark, if R&D has got to make a mark on the development of a country. So how do you think that Grand Challenges Rwanda will leverage on existing efforts in R&D investment on the continent?
Yeah, thank you very much, Moses, for this opportunity. as we launch Grand Challenges Rwanda, I see it as a great commitment, first of all. It's a great commitment. Why? Because it's another step that our country is taking in terms of increasing R&D funding, in terms of collaborations, but towards socio-economic transformation, which is the main goal while we are saying R&D activities. So you asked about what efforts are existing. So I would like to highlight that whatever you want to do, you need to have a vision. That's what I want to start with. Rwanda has the visions, 2035 and 2050. We want to become a high-income country, as most of African and other countries have these visions. But how should we reach these goals? These visions highlight the importance of science and technology and research and development as key enablers. We recognize that to become a high competitive knowledge country, we need to improve STI and R&D in our countries. So what has been done so far, I will not go into more details, but I would like to highlight in terms of policies. It's great that Rwanda has developed the science and technology and innovation policy. This is what is guiding us. So it defined what priority areas that the country would focus in terms of science and technology improvement. Secondly, the country has put instruments to implement this policy. In 2018, the government of Rwanda has launched and established the National Research and Innovation Fund. This is really something to appreciate, because since its establishment in 2018, the government has put over 4 billion Rwandan francs. But we have also collaborators and co-funders. So the government has put like 90% of the funding, but we have also 10% of other collaborators. And here I would like to highlight IDRC Canada. We appreciate their support. They are our good collaborators. We have other collaborators like CIDA, some MasterCard foundations, and so forth. So we recognize that collaborations are key and are very important when you want to move. So in terms of infrastructure, we appreciate that now we are having like more center of excellences, nationally and regional. This means we are establishing capacity development and capital in terms of human resources, so which is good. Lastly, I would now highlight why are we joining the Grand Challenges Global, which is a family and a platform. So we are having a vision or a wish that joining this family, we will increase R&D funding through collaborations. That's one. Secondly, we are looking for quality research that can yield top innovations. We appreciate what is already in Rwanda in terms of innovations, but we want to move and have top quality research in terms of coming up with innovations. Yeah, I can stop. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Esperance. I absolutely like, thank you very much. Absolutely like how you know, the view of developing science and technology from a metrics point of view, that we absolutely need to measure it as we go along. And you did give some few metrics there, which is quite good. But at the same time, if I was to come to you, Zoleka, we know that South Africa is one of those countries that has got quite a mature group that looks at science and innovation. The first successful heart transplant was actually done in South Africa. Christian Barnard, I think 1967, if I'm not too wrong. But how do you see this, or what do you think has been done in South Africa that you believe has been important for the growth of the innovation ecosystem?
Thank you very much, Moses. Good morning, everybody. All protocol observed. I am really, really excited to be here for the launch of Grand Challenges Rwanda. Interesting, actually, that you mentioned the heart transplant, because it's one of the key moments, I think, in South Africa that has helped us to benefit from, long-standing political commitment towards investing in science and technology. I think what Chris Barnard did is that he showed that it can be done in South Africa. And I think that definitely helped in catalyzing the commitment that we see. And I think that's really been the major driving force, is that for decades we've had political commitment and funds, being applied towards research and development and innovation in South Africa. The importance of having the right instruments, having policies in place, having institutions, the establishment of institutions to support research and innovation, I think definitely have contributed to where we are as a country. We had our science, technology, and innovation policy, I think, in the late 90s, when the democratic government took over. We had the national biotechnology strategy, that cemented our belief as a country that harnessing biotechnology would assist in economic development of the country. I think another pivotal moment was the development of the bioeconomy strategy, which really put more emphasis on using science and technology as a means to support economic development. I think one of the key factors as well that have cemented research and innovation in the country is that a number of institutions that exist in South Africa whose responsibility is not only to conduct research and innovation, but also to fund research and innovation, exist through an act of parliament. So, for example, the South African Medical Research Council, where Grand Challenges South Africa is located, it was established through an act of parliament in the 1960s. It's supported through the Department of Health, but every year when the budget for the Department of Health is allocated by Treasury, there is a line item there for the South African Medical Research Council. So sustainability is virtually assured. Every year we will have a budget that will be applied to research, development, and innovation. Similarly, with the Grand Challenges South Africa program, when we recognized that this was an opportunity to further support research and innovation in the country, we made a submission to the Department of Health to establish the Grand Challenges South Africa program. Now, similarly, when our budget comes from the Department of Health, there is a line item for Grand Challenges South Africa. I mean, there's always constraints on the budget. You always have to motivate how much you need and for what purpose each year. But the one thing is guaranteed: there is a line item. You're not starting from scratch every year. So I think those are from where I'm sitting, the key factors that have enabled South Africa to.
Brilliant.
forward.
Thanks. Some pivotal moments there for Grand Challenges. South Africa will definitely be coming to hear more about some of the innovations that your team has supported and how it has worked with other Grand Challenges across the African continent. Shalo, what's the story with Grand Challenges Ethiopia? Where is it seated and why? So over to you.
Thank you very much, Moses. The history of Grand Challenge Ethiopia is that in 2015, when the government of Ethiopia is evaluating whether they achieved the MDG goals or not, and then prepare for the next plan, they found that almost all targets that were planned at the initial year were met at the end of 2015. But when they see the maternal and child mortality, they brought from the highest rate to the high rate, from the highest to high rate. Therefore, as you all know that there is a target for sustainable development goal. In 2013, we need to bring to 0 deaths if it is preventable cause of disease. Therefore, in that moment, the Minister of Health was thinking that it is not possible to achieve this ambitious target unless otherwise we do something differently. And if we see the figures, especially for child mortality, big progress has been done as a whole. But if you divide in years, almost for neonatal days, they didn't nothing. It is at the highest point, at high rate, and contributing to the high child mortalities as a whole. Therefore, they identified priority areas and launched Grand Challenge Ethiopia in 2015. After 2015, we were announced like 4 times call. Actually, the grant is directly allocated by the government of Ethiopia. So far, they allocate over 3 million USD. It's a lot of money. And we announced a call to get bold idea that can solve that challenges. And as I mentioned earlier, especially for neonatal deaths, something has to be done in the healthcare system. Because if there is no quality of care at health center, you can reduce this neonatal deaths. If you see, Ethiopia it did in accessing the service, like everywhere we have, like for 25,000 population, health center. But more than 60% of our health solutions do not have LCT. And the medical equipment that we import from Western are only functional where there is LCT services there. And if we see some of the children need radar warmer for treating hypothermia, others may need phototherapy to treat neonatal jaundice, but the machine are not there. And therefore, when we announce this call, a bold idea that can solve this challenge and working where there is no electricity, the same machine are innovated by our innovators. Therefore, of course, after we announce a call, we got a lot of proposals, but we managed to only support for 17. This is still a lot. But maybe as a lesson, maybe I can mention here, whenever in developing country, whenever you come with certain product that's specially used for human, just apply directly on human, everybody is hesitant to taking it up and approve there is no standard and approve the standard. And of course, I can say the commitment of the government is very high there. What we did is maybe as an experience, we pull all these innovative tools. Maybe I didn't mention the number, there are a lot. 4 are still just at the production stage. And we pull this all innovative product and organize national exhibition for health innovation. We invite the Deputy Prime Minister and the ministers and the line agencies who are responsible to, approve the standard and approve, give the ethical clearance and so on. And they were amazed with what they have seen. And finally, they have given direction to establish National Health Innovation Steering Committee from these all stakeholders. Then things is things is getting better, and now we are moving forward, and I think we are in a good position. Therefore, this can be a lesson for Rwanda as a new beginner, because things may not be smooth as we think just right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Shabo. So let's try and dig in then into the innovation ecosystem. Okay, I mean, we are all converted that local research and development is linked, joined to the hip with economic development. At the same time, when we go to our treasury and ask for investment into R&D, we are the group that is easily put aside in terms of national priority rankings. And yet, at the same time, when you follow the money, and allow me to just give a few examples here. If you buy a phone in Rwanda today, there is part of that money that will end up in Sweden with Sony Ericsson, okay? Even though they long, sort of like disappeared, but they will get some money. If you are to buy medical equipment in South Africa, and you follow that money ends up in the United Kingdom, okay? If you're to buy seeds for agriculture in Kenya, that money ends up in the United States of America or Mexico, okay? Just to give a few examples. Of course, there are a lot of middlemen in between. We will not mention those. But how do we build these end-of-the-chain anchors so that we come out of these negative trade deficits that we keep having with everything that we do? How do we make it tangible that Treasury actually sees R&D science as a primary investment tool for the development of the African continent? I actually don't know who wants to have a go first. Do you want to go? Okay, Esperance, over to you.
Thank you, Moses, for that. I would comment that there is a need to improve or to strengthen academia-industry collaborations. I see that like a key component to ensure those gaps are somehow addressed. I say this because if there is these gaps between researchers and private sector, I think looking for industrial growth would be something, would be a challenge to achieve. So here I would comment that academia-industry collaboration should be a key component. For example, when we fund our projects, we really look at that point, how researchers are involved in activities that are bringing on the board the private sector. We also want to see how private is also committed, because if the government is putting money and private is not coming in, so I see it will not be sustainable. So what we think is more important is to see these collaborations being growing up. We appreciate, for example, in Rwanda, what we are seeing, because now there is these in-kind contributions from private sector, but we want to see some also commitment in terms of money, but we think we reach there. Also, what I can also comment is involvement of women, for example. We don't want to leave behind, as Kedis was saying, I liked equally. So there is different kind of equality. For me, I would like to emphasize on involvement of women in R&D activities. We need to see women in scientific leadership, in political positions. We appreciate we have 2 women ministers in this room. I really appreciate that. They are good role models in terms of political leadership, but we want to see also scientific leaders, like cadets, like ECP, director of ECP. So we want to have those role models to ensure we don't leave behind some people. We appreciate that you have a women scheme. We have 5 good women that can run projects, but we want to see it increasing. Yeah, that's my comment. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Zoleka, yeah, go on. You want to chase the money?
Yeah, I think you mentioned a very important term there, the trade deficit. You know, we need to remember when we're talking to Treasury, we're generally not talking to scientists. They're not coming at this from health, health research perspective or agricultural research perspective, whatever the sector is. They are economists. And usually, I mean, in our engagements with the Treasury Department in South Africa, all they've wanted for us to show is that how the work that we are doing is addressing the priorities of the country. They know the country has to, I'm going to talk specifically about health in this case. They know the country has to invest in health. The Treasury Department will show you that health is actually, together with education, they're the biggest guzzlers of the budget. So if you can show that you are addressing the priorities of the country in terms of health, I mean, economists understand sick people do not go to work. That has an impact on the economy. So if you're trying to minimize the numbers of people that are getting sick, you show what it is that you're going to invest in, how it can have an impact on that. They're interested to talk to you. Number 2, the trade deficit. If you can show that what you're investing in is likely to have an impact, they're very willing to listen. I think one of the things we learned, I mean, we scientists, we care about, the health side of things, but one of the things we learned is that when we're talking to Treasury, they need to see that we have at least bothered to look at things from their perspective. What are the challenges that they are looking at addressing? One of the reasons we're getting a lot of momentum, for example, in terms of investing in medical devices, the local development of medical devices in the country. When you look exactly the example that you were looking at, when you look at where most of the money is being spent, I mean, medical devices are one of the biggest contributors to our trade deficit as a country. Treasury understands that conversation, so they're more willing to put funding towards that. But I'm not trying to say it's easy. Even in South Africa, there are always other competing priorities. But it's just some of the things that we believe have worked in our context. Thank you.
Yeah, go on, Elia.
So when you were talking, I was thinking about how the first human genome, took decades to get produced and cost $3 billion. And years later, $97 billion a year were being made from the intelligence that sequencing that first genome brought to the table. And so this is why investing in innovation is so important, because our future incomes as countries, growth of our GDP depends on how we're investing in innovation today. If we think about Africa, by 2025, we will be importing $110 billion worth of food if we don't develop our food systems according to the African Development Bank. How do we develop our food systems? So instead of that being trade deficits, that really it's prosperity being built locally. So it's really about how do we harness innovation in ways that speaks to ministers of finance, but also challenges and brings opportunities to ministers of education, to all working in the science and technology field. And it's a win-win situation, but we have to show the numbers and show that it's worth investing in.
Absolutely, thanks. Thanks again. Shall?
If it comes to Ethiopia, I think I can say we are very lucky because our Prime Minister he is leading the innovation ministry. He knows what innovation will do, and innovation is always the top priority. Research is the top priority. Therefore, in the country, if you invest on human capital and invest on university, you can see in the long run, you can just do everything in nation level, not just to buy things that you can produce in the country from the abroad. It's not only the trade deficit, but also if you take health sector, you buy a machine with a lot of money. Maybe it is become unfunctional because of due to different reasons, and you need a spare part. Maybe you need to maintain for 6 or 7 months, and still the service is interrupted, and we are losing the life. Therefore, there are a lot of things that can convince the political leaders to take as a top priority research and innovation, just to bring change in that country. Therefore, I think we need to advocate. We need to advocate. We need to try to change the mindset of political leaders that research and development is not an option. It is mandatory. It is just, one of the things that we can change the world and can improve the life of the nation. Therefore, I think there is an opportunity coming up, and there are also opportunities, and the challenges in Africa is also one thing that leads for innovation and research. For instance, if there is a challenge, that challenge is it become an opportunity, because if there is no challenge, nobody will give you, a single coin for nothing. Therefore, we have a lot of challenges. We have also a lot of opportunity. There are younger graduates from different universities are nowadays they are, coming with a talent of innovation. They have a talent of innovation. They are doing marvelous work if they get the chance. Therefore, I think we have to advocate, and we have to also deliver. It is, we can convince the political leaders if we deliver something, show them that we are doing something. For us as a grand challenge, if you receive fund from the government, at the end of the day, they expect something has to be delivered back. So I think these are, what can I say?
Absolutely, thanks. Thanks again. So quite a number of good ideas there. So if we are to land this now from a grand challenges perspective, because I know we all work with various different players within the innovation ecosystem. It will be interesting to see how each and every group has done it, or could potentially do it, or will eventually do it, because there are various different voices that come from the ecosystem. If I was to read for you some of these voices, and this comes from a validated research survey that we did way back in 2018, from government says, we do not have money for long-term support for your innovations, simply because governments, you know what happens with officials. It takes a short time for them to be in office. So that's the voice that comes from government. Researchers say, we are looking for funding. Are you able to give us funding for research innovations? Industry says, your ideas are underdeveloped. Can you give us ideas that are more developed than what you currently have? Incubators and accelerators say, we understand fintech, yeah? We don't understand this bioscience thing you're trying to explain to us, yeah? So tell us more. And then the funders say, what are your priorities? Are they matched with our priorities? So how can we sort out this conundrum? How do you see it working? What must we do? What have you been doing? Who wants to have a go as we finish this? I know they're tough questions, but I mean, this is why we got an elite panel to answer them.
Just I tried to touch earlier. There are challenges coming from different corners, be it from the government. The government might say, there is a priority. They need a short-term outcome rather than just, investing for a long. But as I mentioned earlier, if you invest or education today, maybe you can't see the result just right now. You see the result after sometimes. Just, we have to have an economist. Maybe I'm not an economist and not able to just, convince as economists do. But we have to, first we have to convince the economist. And, as innovation, maybe innovation cannot be, sometimes cannot be an idea of a single person, just an idea of different person. Maybe someone posed a challenge, someone come with solution. Therefore, we have to pull different professionals and try to lobby, try to convince the political leaders. If the political will is there, things can be solved, definitely. And as I mentioned, as I give an example, just in my first talk, just we had a challenge. Innovators are doing something, and they went standard agency. They said we don't have a standard, and innovators are just coming with product and ask for ethical clearance for ethical performance test. They said we don't know. This is new. We are not sure that this can have something wrong with the people that you are applying on. And there are a lot of voices coming from different corners. But if there is a political will, sometimes, unless otherwise you are pushing hard for a better, to see better tomorrow, you can't move an inch. Therefore, what we have to do is that in order to just maybe if the political will is there, we have to pull together all those who are just, having different resistance and make them up as a part of solution rather than just, saying something that can hinder the progress of the innovation. And that is what we did. And practically we have all the challenges that we have already solved now. In that steering committee, you know, everybody is just, we present the challenge and we point out who has to solve that challenge.
Yeah.
He is responsible sitting in that steering committee.
Yeah.
Therefore, if the political will is there, they can do like this, and it can make, even if it's not possible to solve everything, it can minimize the challenge.
Yeah. You want to have a go?
So in terms of concrete examples, I think of how climate change has affected agriculture. So in Africa, productivity of agriculture has gone down by 30% over the last 50 years. And at the same time, today we have 65% of African soils that are degraded. What we know is that more regenerative agricultural practice, using artificial intelligence and digital tools in terms of making agriculture less resource intensive and more knowledge intensive, can reverse the effects of climate change, can reverse the issues around soil degradation, and we can bring back soil health, we can bring agroforestry to help stabilize soils, stop erosion, help prevent flooding and landslides. So there's a lot of things we can do today. And so every day we wait to do it is delaying the process. So even for political leaders that have short mandates, we can make progress. And I think this is one of the great things about being in the tropics, is we can grow things fast because we have long growing seasons. And so, you know, the best time to plant a tree was yesterday, but the next best moment is today. And so I think it's what can we do today to help bring about the needed prosperity for the next generation and ensure that the leaders that help shape the future of humanity are nurtured here by our science, technology, and innovation. And I think about how India, you know, over 50 years ago, had a vision of how they wanted to grow science, technology, and innovation. And today, many of the C-suite leaders in Silicon Valley are from India. If you look at the heads of Google, of Microsoft, they're from India. They were educated through the Indian systems. So we can create that not only for our continent, but for the planet. And so I think it's really critical that we understand that those investments will have short-term wins, but they'll have even more stronger long-term wins.
Absolutely, absolutely. How's the innovation ecosystem in South Africa?
Yeah, so yeah, there've been concerted efforts in South Africa with lots of international support to actually develop the innovation ecosystem. But I just wanted to suggest two things that I think have also worked in South Africa, you know, in terms of overcoming that challenge of being told that, oh, you know, the things that you want to invest in will take too long, we cannot commit, government cannot make such long-term commitments. I mean, I mentioned the first one, that having instruments that exist by virtue of an act of parliament definitely helps. Now, in terms of allocation of budget, I think one of the things that South African scientists do well, whenever there's a government gazette needing some comment that might have some implications for science and innovation, they make sure that they participate so that science and innovation features strongly. For example, in our National Development Plan, you know, the 30-year plan, you will see almost in every sector that has been prioritized, there's a section there that talks about the importance of investing in science and innovation. So when you go and speak to Treasury, you remind them that they are obligated. It's not an option, because as government is committed to investing in science and innovation. So you already, you know, you're starting from a base where they are aware that they cannot just make a decision now on the basis of whatever other priorities that they see. There is a government a government commitment towards supporting science and innovation. On a practical level now, on the Grand Challenges program side, one of the things we've learned over time is that it's very important to have a project portfolio management approach. So that, even in South Africa, even though we've got this long-term, the instruments and institutions are almost guaranteed to exist, we only receive our budget on 3-year time frames. So we ensure that as we develop our plans, we have, we select some projects that have a chance to deliver, within that 3-year time frame, or at least within two funding terms. But we also ensure that we continuously seed other things so that in the next 6 to 8 years, we've got things that are ripe now that we can put as potential deliveries, as potential delivery at that time. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. It does, yeah. Esperance, any comment on this? No? Okay, then we can go to closing comments on this auspicious occasion of the launch of Grand Challenges Rwanda. Any closing comments from the panelists? We will allow Esperance to talk last because she's essentially our host on this panel. So, Eliane, you want to go? Yeah.
One thing that came to mind during this discussion is the fact that there's 13 technology companies on the planet that make more money every year than 85 countries. So this is the power of technology today. And so what can we do? How can we ensure that the next 13 are nurtured through grand challenges and that they bring fintech, that they bring the biosciences together so that people get to understand how critical it is? I mean, when COVID hit, we saw the importance of being able to produce vaccines fast.
Yes.
And we saw, companies like BioNTech, grow their market share amazingly. And so it's important to see how are we going to be the players that are going to be critical in the next grand challenges of the planet. And so these programs, like my colleague was saying, it's whatever time cycle we have, we can seed what needs to happen to move this forward. And it's really about how do we humbly start where we can, so that we are not out of the process, that we are not left behind.
Absolutely.
And ideally, not only do we not want to be left behind, but we want to help vision shape what science, technology, and innovation are going to look like in the future to solve the challenges we're not even aware about yet.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Zaleka, closing remarks?
First, I would just like to congratulate our colleagues here on the launch of Grand Challenges Rwanda. And I just wanted to share that be assured you're joining a family that will champion your cause like nobody's business. I mean, even from our perspective as South Africa, even though we have, as a country, invested in R&D for such a long time prior to joining the Grand Challenges family in 2015, I can name at least 3 products that are now saving lives, that have been developed to the point that they're actually out there on the market saving lives. And that has been possible because of the network, of the Grand Challenges network. Our partners have come in to support, not just with co-funding. I think one of the things that was mentioned here is that stage of transition to scale. Really, I believe it's very hard for any one country to do that on their own.
Absolutely.
We learn a lot from each other. We are able to co-fund that transition to scale because it gets very, very expensive. So that was really the main point I wanted to address. There will be challenges, but lean on the family and understand that we're all in this together. Nobody can address these global challenges by themselves. So thank you very much.
Sure.
I am really very happy to be here in the launching ceremony of Grand Challenge Rwanda. I can see the commitment. It starts from the top I can assure you that it will even become a lesson for everybody of us. Therefore, if the commitment is started from the top, things can be easily translated. Therefore, it's my hope that maybe after a year, we can come and have a lesson from Grand Challenge Rwanda. And it's my hope that we will work hand in hand, supporting each other from what we have in our specific country, sharing experience or whatsoever. Thank you very much.
Thank you again. And Espra?
Yeah, thank you. My comment will be we are happy. We are happy to see this happening. It's a starting, as my colleague said, so it's a journey starting, but we look forward to a successful implementation through African and global partnerships and collaborations. Thank you.
Thanks again. So for us at Grand Challenges Africa, we actually, as Kedes said it, we view this as a movement. It's brilliant when you're able to actually pick up a phone and call my colleague in South Africa and ask them, you know, there's this innovation I have. Can I talk to someone about it? Can I connect, you know, a player in Benin or Mali or Ghana to, you know, a similar organization in South Africa? And now I am absolutely excited that, you know, Rwanda is now joining this particular family. We believe that we should be able to work together. There is a lot of work ahead. But what I know is that the Rwandan team is absolutely not afraid of work from what we've seen over the last few months. So we will definitely work together and see how best we can move. May I just say that because the stage was, you know, small, we could not accommodate Grand Challenges Botswana. Chukudu, if you can just put up your hand so that people know that there is actually a Grand Challenges Botswana. And I don't know if Olu, you're here, Grand Challenges Nigeria. Ah, there you are. Yes, absolutely. So Grand Challenges Nigeria is also there. If you want to have a chat with someone from Grand Challenges Nigeria, you can have a chat with them. Just checking for the sake of checking, Grand Challenges Senegal. If they made it, I know they had said they will not come, but just checking. Okay, so they didn't come. But what I'm really saying is that it is becoming a movement. The idea here is to connect various different institutions in countries, build domestic funding with external funds from our partners to make sure that innovations are actually coming out of the African continent to the extent that we are having, or we are being, net producers of innovations rather than net receivers of innovation. That is the target. We would not have been here if it were not for the support that we got from AUDA NEPAD. So I'd just like to congratulate the AUDA NEPAD team for all the support that they've given us, and also the team within Science for Africa Foundation, Grand Challenges Africa, for all the hard work that they put in. And again, to our host, the Executive Secretary for the National Commission for Science and Technology, Eugene, and your team, you've been truly helpful. We really appreciate the partnership. So thanks again to the panel, and enjoy the rest of your 2 days.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moses. This was a very insightful conversation. When they were speaking, I remembered when we said, how do we commercialize or make this important? I remembered in 2020 how all of us became experts in what mRNA is, right? we all became experts. We understood what genome sequencing is, how it's going to affect all our bodies. So it really becomes on, does it affect us on our daily life or not? So that's the biggest importance. And I think Professor Elian touched upon something. How do we evaluate future revenues on innovations that are being produced? How are scientists contributing to policies that are being developed? Those are very key elements that we need to be considering all across. So I'm going to give ourselves a quick health break, 15 minutes. I hope we've all learned 101 mathematics, so 15 minutes. Otherwise, you will not be eligible for, if you apply for grand challenges and you don't know what 15 minutes is. So we'll be back at 11:45, and we'll have a nice session, a nice quick session to hear from our guest of honors and to hear from what they are expecting from us going forward. So 15 minutes, please. Thank you. Who are still outside, you can still come in with your coffee, your snacks. Feel free to come in with it. All right, so let's continue, and I think this is the very exciting part where we officially launch the Grand Challenges Rwanda. And with no further ado, I'll go ahead and invite our first, I'll call him our first speaker for the official opening. He's the Chief Executive Officer of the Science for Africa Foundation, and he serves. And of course, the SFA Foundation serves the African research ecosystem by funding excellent research and innovative ideas and building and reinforcing environments that are conducive for scientists to thrive and produce quality research that impacts development. So, Dr. Thomas Kariuki, please welcome for your remarks.
Right, thank you, everyone. Honorable ministers, thank you for your patience this morning. I know you have always a great calling to move everywhere, but you had decided to be with us today. I have been delighted to come here, as always, not my first time or my second time, or maybe when I retire, I will come and retire in Rwanda. So thank you very much for this invitation. This is about me telling you a little bit about what it is that we do and why this is so important for us, Science for Africa Foundation. But who are we? So we are a non-profit. We are a public organization, charitable organization that convenes, that funds, and that design programs that are funded across the continent. We have many, many connections with many Pan-African organizations across the continent. So our footprint is across the continent. For example, Moses here and his team, I came with a large delegation. They wanted to witness this. And of course, Aoud and Nepad, who have been our thought partners for many years, are here. And two board members of Science for Africa Foundation, Agli and Eliane, sitting there. Despite her becoming Director General of a global organization, she has confirmed to me that she will not abandon us wherever she goes. Out of the 110 projects that Grand Challenges Africa have put across the continent, and we also have large networks. We have something like 10 programs that actually we have created. And just another example, we have 18 networks that work across 40 countries. And that is huge, significant investment that is going there. So congratulations to the GC Rwanda team led by Eugene. I know you are supported by a lot of other organizations in Rwanda. The connection between the National Council for Science and Technology with the Grand Challenges, Rwanda now as the host, the home of GC Africa, and the connection with us is we really celebrating that. We are here to complete the signing of an MOU. We will then move forward with developing some joint action plans, activities, and whatever we need to deliver. And I hope we'll continue having the support of the government of Rwanda. Why is it important to have a partnership between GC Rwanda and Grand Challenges Africa, which is one of our flagship programs? There are some mutual benefits to all of this. One, joining the family of Grand Challenges from around the world. What it represents is the opportunity for sharing and learning. And they are through every year there are regular meetings that we get together. India, Grand Challenges, Brazil, Grand Challenges, Korea, Grand Challenges, of course, the Gates team. Always, it's a very good opportunity for us to discuss what's next. Now, we are looking, and we will be looking for joint funding support based on Rwanda priorities. And that includes, of course, our partnership with the Gates Foundation, with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation has been for almost going to 10 years now. And we would want to explore other new partnerships. And we have, for example, in the past, and continuing this partnership with the Swedish International Development Agency and with the German Federal Ministry of Education, all of them interested in putting into our pot of money for supporting of innovations. And of course, we continue to pursue with governments to make sure that this pot of money continues to build. I am very happy to see the minister from Malawi, and I have, said something to her that other countries, as was introduced by Moses, GC Malawi and Professor Agri Ambadi has also been instrumental in all of this, presenting that. We hope the next destination will be Lilongwe or Blantyre, wherever you decide you will come there. This is about us speaking in one voice. As African stakeholders, we want our priorities to be defined right here in Africa, not driven from outside. That I think we all agree. Funders and partners, what they can do is to hear our voice. What we ask is that if there is alignment, excellent. Their funding support is much welcome. We will need that support for the foreseeable future as we, or until we build our economies to say clearly that we can support everything we want to do. Why is not Africa not moving quicker in generally locally driven innovations? Support to transition to scale of innovations is missing. Now, that means what is missing is to see something moving very quickly from discovery phases through a transition phases, adding as an innovation that is available in your nearest clinic or the nearest pharmacist or wherever it is, whatever we are pursuing. Whereas the best ideas are available, and we know we have many great ideas, Those that can proceed to any early innovation stages of proof of concept, and then what we know is many of those, they fall in what we call the valley of death for innovations. So great ideas, if you do a quick graph of this, then after 5 years or less, they fall into this valley of death, and only a few of them continue. So most startups don't go beyond 5 years. And that is something we need to think about as we launch grand challenges in itself as something that is going to be sustainable and looking forward to make sure that it's not going to drop into that valley of death. We need to take maximum advantage of our current resources, of course, and build a thriving innovation ecosystem. Support a rich and well-developed innovation pipeline of African innovations based on African priorities. But there are many examples to incentivize why we must place place science and innovation at the center of economic development. And I think the great panel actually alluded to why this is so critical to connect science innovation with economic development. For just give a few examples, for every $1 that goes into malaria research, the return of that investment is $30. You put $1, you get return in $30 based on, for example, how this is harnessed for malaria control programs. That's just one example. Now, that means that we are all seeking healthy, for example, malaria-free population, because if everybody is healthy, then economic productivity also rises equally. Let me give you some very specific examples that are so critical that we celebrate. One, we funded one lady who works in northern Kenya in those areas where you have pastoralists or nomadic communities who are always moving and sometimes keeping a track. If you want to address their maternal neonatal health for their children, finding them becomes difficult. So this lady came with this very ingenious way of looking at a bangle like the one that I'm wearing here, put a microchip into it, connect that with a control health system, and as these ladies move, following the livestock, following their husband, following their family, looking for water, looking for pastures, the control room can actually track where they are going, which then means that in a crisis, they know exactly where to go because this lady is wearing this bangle. Now, of course, to sell a bangle, to allow for communities to agree to do that, you have to explain exactly what you are doing with a bangle, and you are not trying to bring some funny omens to them. So this is what this succeeded to do. So currently, she is tracking 5,000 women across that area. Now, that is an impact of innovation that actually drives local communities to embrace. Secondly, let me give another example, where in Ghana, we have an opportunity there where we have a molecular diagnostic that has been developed by a group there. There is a disease called YAWS, Y-A-W-S, YAWS, which is a chronic skin infection. It is on the WHO eradication list with pockets of infected people in West Africa particularly. It is similar to syphilis because it is caused by the same family of pathogens. But there are limitations in diagnostics. So this group in Ghana, that is exactly what it is that they have been developing over the last few years. Here in Rwanda, there is a lady called Christelle Kwizera. Now, she has this group called the Inuma Minigrades. What she's doing is to develop safe, accessible water provisions to households that are not connected to the grid of water resourcing. So Christelle has developed this as a sustainable framework for these water mini-grids. During the COVID, of course, we all learned that scientific advances were critical, and I think the Master of Ceremony alluded to this. Now, one of the things we have seen is that the people who are ready to move very quickly around the continent were the people who have been funded, say, in a sustained way. When we have our major programs, we put very significant funding sometimes. So one of our programs, yes, Grand Challenges Africa, one of our programs called Deltas, we have 14 large networks that are sharing $80 million to try and build their infrastructure. Now, what that means is that when you have a pandemic, those people we have the infrastructure are the ones who will move quicker. Now, South Africa is a great example. Zoreka would appreciate sequencing very quickly with the variants that came out of COVID. And rather than being celebrated, then our partners decided that South Africa should be blocked away from visiting. So this is not how we want to be looking at ourselves as African. We do not want partners to be saying, oh, not fit to visit South Africa. And yet, what South Africa was doing, what Nigeria also doing for this sequencing that they did, was to say Africa actually can do this kind of approaches that not just supporting Africa, but also available globally to anybody who needs these innovations. In Mali, again, the same thing has happened. What they have, and this is a challenge to governments, we have a lot of scientists who need innovations that have intellectual property. They need intellectual property rights. Most of the countries don't have offices for research and innovation support. So this has to be a connection between an innovation and intellectual property rights. So this is very critical to build those kind of infrastructure. And then finally, again, connecting with Rwanda, there has been a HIV viral burden measurement using a kit, which is available globally. If you buy it, you pay $400 for it. What has been developed between the University of KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa, the Botswana, the University of Botswana, and the University here of Rwanda, is a kit that is one-tenth of the $400, less than $40 to get it. And it is doing the same kind of work. Its level of efficacy and specificity is similar to what we are getting from outside there. Another example of why we should actually be celebrating ourselves, that we are doing the right things and things are moving the right direction. So for the role of the Rwanda government, thank you, Dr. Valentin, for being with us the whole morning. I think appreciation to the initial contribution is really, really commendable to the NCST. GCA, our program, we will move together with GCA, Rwanda to the next stages. And we will then work through areas, 5 areas. There is early discovery that needs to be properly defined. There is implementation aspect. There is evaluation and reviews that comes later. And there is the final uptick of the innovations. Now, we implore all governments to think about predictable budget allocation, as has been emphasized by the panel, so that countries agree how this should be done. That 1% that was defined by member states, I understand, like I've seen some figures from Eugene, that you are close to 0.7% of GDP for supporting science and innovation in Rwanda. That is great. So you're getting close to that 1%. And we know the science has direct contributions to economic growth. High value jobs, it brings with homegrown biotechnology companies, It brings a well-trained cadre of leaders, and if you're thinking of manufacturing, and please don't just think about messenger RNA only. That is great, although many of us may not actually. I'm an immunologist, so I know exactly what it is, but we should be thinking manufacturing not just for that, but manufacturing for other things. And then, of course, we want to remind ourselves that the reason why the world is now at 80 billion, all of us across the globe, is because vaccinations work. If we are moving fast to take our own children for childhood vaccinations, I've never understood why we as adults have been put into these conspiracies and misinformation about vaccination. But that is the work for Zoleka and the team that wants to address. What does it take to develop an innovation ecosystem? One, an under-invested market in need of new solutions and innovations. That is a challenge. Innovation comes primarily from research institutes and SMEs, small and medium enterprises. Many products are at the end of the life cycle. That is due to emergence of resistance. Product development is high risk. It is costly, it has long timelines, and it has a very high failure rate. So we need what you might call patience funding. It's not just a matter of 2-3 years and then you make an exit or hope. And market reward is poor to incentives, and the level of attrition is very high. So solutions, partnerships, co-develop, and de-risk. De-risk means in your own countries, make it easier for people to come and make an investment. So you need to look at the entire tax systems, you need to look at all the policies, you need to make sure that an FDI, a foreign direct investor, is looking at Rwanda or Malawi or Ghana or Botswana. It's this is a place to invest. We validate, and the position is clear. We facilitate open access. And the progress to the market is important so that we end up with an innovation. We can call it a general purpose innovation. It is not a general purpose innovation unless the communities have agreed to call it that. So finally, again to the government. Citizens actually are very modest in what they ask of their governments. We are very modest, actually. Young people particularly are very modest. They just want 3 things from their government. 1, decent education. So I know, make a lot of investment and your allocation goes to education. But don't forget that education links directly with science and innovation. Secondly, young people and all of us as populations, we look for healthy societies that is locally generated innovations that can address our health. And then, of course, for young people, opportunities for jobs. Science innovation drives entrepreneurship, which creates jobs and economic development. So please develop the policy environment, attracts investment in R&D, more funding that is sufficient and sustainable, and then make as government, as consumers of innovations, even as you apply at the macro level, you also use innovations as consumers for economic development. Because if you do that, then you are sending a very strong message to the communities that actually this innovation has gone through all the testing, safety, efficacy, effectiveness, therefore, it is fit for your own countries. So thank you for this opportunity as we look forward to the next phase of working together with the Grand Challenges Rwanda. And once again, more congratulations to Grand Challenges Rwanda and the team here led by Eugene and everything that has gone into all of this. And we will make more and more visits. Next time I come, maybe I will develop a home here, make it permanent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tom. Indeed, we like people who retire to Rwanda or work from Rwanda. Both can work. For our second speaker, he's the Senior Advisor, the African Union Development Agency, where he oversees the Office of Science, Technology, and Innovation, and he has led various programs that have promoted innovation and science. Please welcome Professor Aggrey Ambali.
Thank you very much. Honorable Dr. Valentin Maria, the Minister of Education for Rwanda, and our host. Honorable Dr. Madaliso Kambaua Wirima, the Minister of Education of Malawi, Dr. Eugene Mtimura, the Executive Secretary of NCST, Professor Eliane Ubarijoro, a member of the the council here, the board of the council, Professor Thomas Kalkariuki, the CEO of Science for Africa Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's nice to be here. This morning when I was coming here, I was being led to this room. Then I said, wow, this room again. Last year I was here on a very difficult task. I led the African Union mission for assessing countries that had put in candidates for hosting the African Medicines Agency. So, as a team leader, I was in here. It was a difficult task. But at the end of the day, Rwanda emerged to be the host of the prestigious African Medicines Agency, AMA. So, at least as I'm on the soils of Rwanda, let me officially say congratulations. And then this morning, afternoon, I find myself here again talking about grand challenges Rwanda. And I'm sure next week I have a meeting with the director of Rwanda Medicines Agency, talking about getting them on another program. So basically, it's been busy in this country. But really, I would like first of all to convey greetings from our boss, Madam Nados Bekele Thomas, the CEO of AUD NEPAD. Should have loved to be at this meeting, but then she's coming here again next week. So she said, no, Aggrey, why don't you go? Let me, go to Rwanda next week. Really, she's very supportive of this process, and indeed, we are a big delegation from AUD NEPAD that basically is attending this particular launch. And at the same time also, I think as mentioned, we've been part and parcel of this particular process. So really, greetings from our CEO. Let me thank the government and people of Rwanda really for, hosting us in this country. I know that some of the colleagues have been here since maybe 2-3 days ago. And as we've met in here, I think we are all talking of having woken up in good health. And we don't take that for granted. It requires people who basically understand hospitality for all of us to wake up with at least a smile on our face. So really, we are very grateful to the government and people of Rwanda. Now, this particular work is quite important work because, first and foremost, when I left the university corridors some 19 or 20 years ago to join the African Union system, really, we got to a point whereby the language was negative. Our countries don't have policies. Our countries don't invest in research, all the negative you can think about, as far as investment in research is concerned. And I recall at one point in Beijing, I was at the panel where I said, by the way, whatever we're talking about our countries may not be exactly correct, but just as sometimes we do not understand the situation on the ground. Now, I think if you went into the documents that have been shared this morning, you go to there's a document there that is talking about the National R&D Survey in Rwanda. Look at page 8 and page 9, and you see there as to who is the main investor of research, in this country. It will show you how the government fares, how the investor fares, how the profit and non-profit, do fare. You will see that, our, public institutions are investing in research. But probably what is important is for us to really, fine-tune our measurements of such investments. Let's not undermine the importance of our countries giving research labs, research programs, waiver on duty. That's an investment. Let's not undermine the salaries that our government pay when we are busy implementing programs that have been funded from elsewhere. If it wasn't for government picking up those salaries, you would have been chopping into the research funds that you have been given by somebody else. At the same time, we find that our governments don't give you a check all the times. It's just that the other side gives us a check. So we are busy. We are good at adding, what is on those checks, and we undermine whatever is coming in, in kind or even in real money from our own systems. So really, that's really what this process is responding to. I come from Malawi. I'm proud of my government. In 1998, I had equipment, but no, I didn't have a lab. My government paid for the lab, and the lab is still there. It was paid by my government. So, all these things, the buildings, the offices that we get, we need to appreciate that as contribution from, our own domestic, sources. So, really, this particular, process, as I said, we go to a point whereby every country has a policy now on science and technology. As we move towards 2014, we actually, as a continent, we adopted the, science, technology, and innovation strategy for Africa, STISA. Chapter 5 of STISA talks about financing. And what it says in there is the financing has to be from both sides, from domestic sources as well as from, our international partners. But at the same time also, if you look into STISA, it does define some prerequisites. And the prerequisites among them is at least build trust. And, you should have trust on African researchers. They are doing good work on the ground. And I think this morning, the panel and others have actually cited some of those case studies. There's also the issue of financing and what have you. But at the same time also, Africa being in the forefront in defining the priorities for the continent. Here we are. We're not saying our problems are unique. No, we share problems, but at least we are part and parcel of defining what we think are the pressing problems that we need to address with our, resources that we have. So that's what the Grand Challenges process is important for. And that's why I would really want to congratulate Rwanda, for bringing us this far, whereby today we are launching Grand Challenges Rwanda. Now the question we want to say is that, is Rwanda ready for this? Oh yes, why not? Look at whatever they have shared. First of all, they have a strategy. My colleague says, is it about 2 months or is it March they were here, and they were talking about what does Rwanda have to do to get to this stage? And one of the things was the strategy. And today, as you are on your desk there, Rwanda is telling you, here's their strategy. So they have a strategy. They know where they want to go to. Rwanda has a policy. They have shared the policy with us. And Rwanda says, here we are ready to partner with everyone else. And of course, several colleagues that have come before me have actually pledged to work together with Rwanda. So Rwanda, you are not walking this journey alone. We are with you, and we shall move with you. I tell you, there was a time when there were all these grand challenges. We never had grand challenges Africa. And I remember in Brazil, people were trying to celebrate about grand challenges. What next? And I stood up there as a young African and said, you know what, this is quite good. But from the AU side, I don't think the lens, they look good for Africa. We need to have our own grand challenges Africa. And in that process, got us to what grand challenges Africa. So really, I think first and foremost, it's the confidence that we have to have in ourselves. We have to define our priorities. And I think this is exactly what is happening. So really, Your Excellency, the Minister, really, we really congratulate you for taking the process through to, where we are today, whereby you can say, here is, our grand challenges, Rwanda. By the way, as I said, I was here last year. I had the privilege of visiting a lot of institutions in this country. You name them. I visited them because it was part of the assessment. There is very solid infrastructure in this country that is there to support this process. So really, I think I should also congratulate the colleagues that are here from the National Grand Challenges. There was Grand Challenges South Africa here. There was Grand Challenges Ethiopia here. There was Grand Challenges, there's Grand Challenges Botswana. They are here. Botswana, you are here. Yes, that's Grand Challenges Botswana. They are here. The unsung, then we have Grand Challenges Senegal. We have Grand Challenges Nigeria. I'm sitting next to the Minister of Science of Education from Malawi. Malawi, they are next. And as Tom said here, they are next in the launch. So really, congratulations. And really, as somebody who has gone through this process, looking at how the science policy, the science agenda has evolved on the continent, I can only be happy and say, here we are. We are, tilting, the tide towards a positive direction. By the way, there's Grand Challenges Israel here. My sister, you are here. Yes, here she is. Grand Challenges Israel. And, as we met, she says, yes, actually, I believe in Rwanda, and that's why I'm here. So already, when you talk of, you're not going to walk alone, actually, you have got concrete sort of like examples, concrete hands to handshake and, and feel what Grand Challenges is all about. And you heard, our own sister, Kedest, assuring us that, the international community is part and parcel of this whole process. About 3-4 weeks ago, I was with the colleagues from Rwanda. Yeah, we are in Seattle, talking to several partners about Grand Challenges Rwanda, and there was a lot of interest. So really, I think as far as we are concerned, we are quite happy that we have come this far and that Rwanda is making all this progress. So once again, congratulations, and we are very grateful to you, Dr. Eugene, for leading your team. Grateful to you, Tom, for the team that basically joined, in all this preparation, and indeed my colleagues from AD and NEPAD, congratulations, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Agre, for the vote of thanks and pledging your support to help us. Now I would like to welcome our sister country, Minister Madalisto Kambua, for her remarks.
The Minister of Education of Rwanda, who is also our guest of honor, Dr. Omaria Valentine, the Executive Secretary for National Council for Science, Dr. Eugene Mutimura, CEO, Science for Africa Foundation, Dr. Thomas Kariuki, AUDA NEPAD, representative, Professor Agri Ambali, the media present here, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. What an exciting day to actually be in this room and experience this milestone that's about to be launched. First, let me take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this launch of the Grand Challenges Rwanda at this magnificent Kigali Convention Center in a country of 1,000 hills. I have structured my statement as follows. Introduction, Malawi's understanding of the Grand Challenges, the formative stages of Grand Challenges Malawi, prospective priority areas for Grand Challenges Malawi, and then I will conclude. Okay, thank you. Malawi understands Grand Challenges as challenges that refer to complex problems that require cutting-edge or groundbreaking scientific, technological, innovative, and at times, inventive solutions for social advancements. These challenges are typically global in nature and often require creative, multi- and interdisciplinary collaboration approaches to address them effectively. Grand challenges are designed to inspire and mobilize the research community, policymakers, industry leaders, environmentalists, and society at large to work together towards transformative solutions through quadruple and quintuple innovation helix framework. Just like Rwanda and other national grand challenges, Malawi has the ambition to leverage the transformative potential of science, technology, and innovation, also known as STI, to position herself as a globally competitive, knowledge-based, innovation-led economy. This strategic orientation is founded on the premise that knowledge is essential to addressing socio-economic challenges and is a crucial driver of a growth and competitiveness and indispensable in achieving quality of life. The National Development Blueprint, Malawi 2063, which we have, in its first implementation plan, also known as the MIP1, spanning 2021 to 2030, states that Malawians aspire to have a vibrant, knowledge-based economy with a strong and competitive manufacturing industry driven by a productive and commercially vibrant agriculture and mining sectors. To guide the implementation of national development prospects, the government of Malawi adopted a Malawi Implementation Plan, MIP1 2021-2030, and the National Research Agenda, NRA 2023 to 2030, aligned to and aimed at accelerating the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The Malawi's MIP1 serves as the first medium-term national development plan for the next 10 years, which encompasses the closing stages of the African Union's Continental Education Strategy for Africa, CESA, 2016 to 2025, Science, Technology, and Innovation Strategy for Africa, STISA, 2024, and SDGs 2030. On the other hand, the NRA, launched on 22nd March, that's the National Research Agenda, 2023, mirrors MIP1 and has 10 research priority areas in pursuit of these medium and long-term development prospects. Malawi intends to integrate and mainstream research and RSTI in its national policies and strategies through effective and efficient application of knowledge, tools, scientific research, and technological innovation towards addressing A, societal challenges, B, exploring opportunities, C, establishing a globally competitive knowledge-based economy. Through the National Commission for Science and Technology, Malawi government is determined to support groundbreaking and cutting-edge research and innovation to guarantee quality of life. It is in this regard that the country has prioritized investment and support towards science, technology, and innovation as a clear means to accelerating the achievement of the aspirations of the Malawi 2063. To build on these investments, Malawi's National Commission for Science and Technology is embarking on a journey to promote the outputs of RSTI, Research, Science, Technology, and Innovation, ensuring that they transition to scale, reach their maximum potential, and positively change the well-being of the Malawian citizen. To deliver on this ambition, the Ministry of Education is geared to set up the Grand Challenges Malawi initiative, which will be hosted by the National Council for Science and Technology in partnership with the AUDA, NEPAD, and Science for Africa Foundation, SFA, and partners, and we are very grateful for this. By establishing Grand Challenges Malawi, we will be joining a growing global network of innovation support and leverage the synergies from the members of the Grand Challenges family in particular. Researchers that have profound research acumen and impact at a global scale. Malawi is therefore grateful to AUDA NEPAD for approving a request from my ministry to support this initiative in the month of April 2023, paving way for Malawi to start preparing its launching processes. The Malawi 2063 National Research Agenda, NRA, and the National Science, Technology, Innovation Policy have provided a foundation for us to identify key priority areas. In addition, the 2019 National Research and Experimental Development R&D survey conducted by the NCST affirmed persistent common challenges, namely the publish or perish mentality without having sound innovations. B, weak collaboration between academic and research institutions and the industry, private sector, or weak triple helix system in research and development utilization. C, inadequate financing and product development, e.g. in drug, vaccine manufacturing, or energy storage devices, beg your pardon. Green transition, green hydrogen, or circular economy in general and generally. D, limited funding for research, science, technology, and innovation. In response to the above, Malawi intends to conduct research and innovation in the following identified priority areas as stipulated in the National Research Agenda launched by my ministry on 22nd March of this year. On climate change and human health nexus, humanitarian crisis and infectious diseases, Malawi needs groundbreaking innovations to deal with environmental and climate change challenges to prepare for catastrophic and cataclysmic climate change effects such as Cyclone Anna, which happened in 2022, and Cyclone Freddy, which happened this year. Resurgence of diseases such as leprosy, which were wiped out, are among new challenges that we must deal with, coupled with pandemic such as COVID-19 variants and even cholera outbreaks. Over-reliance on imports of medicine has an ongoing challenge, has an ongoing challenge as well. Malawi is among the least developed countries that have not taken advantage of the TRIPS agreement to develop a solid drug vaccine manufacturing hub or plant despite having qualified medical doctors, biomedical engineers, and scientists in pharmaceuticals, medical devices, and equipment. We also have challenges in education sector synergies. There is need to develop systems level innovations to transform our our higher education system to increase research and innovation. To increase research and innovation outputs from the higher education institutions. Meanwhile, my ministry has acquired a high-performance computing HPC facility through the SADC Cyber Infrastructure Initiative, which is deployed at the National Data Center and currently managed by the Malawi Research and Education Network, also known as MARIN, for access and use by all academics, researchers, developers, private sector, and government universities under the Malawi Hackathon organizing team are currently engaging MARIN to access the HPC facilities. The organizing team will need to familiarize with the with the HPC environment and make realistic planning for the 2023 Malawi Hackathon to solve grand challenges. This youthful creative organizing team is experienced, for it participated and won in UNESCO, India and Africa 2022 Hackathon, where they developed different digital solutions to solve challenging society problems that can be implemented locally. It is the team from Malawi's public universities that seeks to have a 5-year access to the high-performance computing HPC facility in order to implement both the already developed digital solutions and new solutions to be identified or through the grand challenges that can enhance sustainable development, wealth creation, and self-reliance in Malawi as espoused in the National Development Blueprint, what we call Malawi 2063. On agriculture productivity and commercialization, using mega farms approach to solve humanitarian challenges, the mega farms program has the potential of addressing food insecurity, increase farm produce for the export markets, to stabilize prices, to increase foreign exchange earnings, among other gains. Research think tanks, however, are recommending that management and governance of the mega farms should be done using a public-private partnership system. On agriculture mechanization, increased mechanization and use of modern technologies, including digital, that can also make agriculture attractive to young people. Anchor farms, big aggregate farms, and all cooperatives that best unleash the potential production and productivity of commercial smallholder farmers to generate surplus raw materials for industrialization. On agriculture research, innovation, and dissemination, investing in genetic improvement programs for generation of high-yielding crop varieties, fast-growing animal and fish breeds, and scaling up and seed and animal multiplication. As I conclude, it is against this background that the Malawi government hereby congratulates the government of Rwanda for launching the Grand Challenges Rwanda. From this colorful event and the deliberations that we have been engaged in, Malawi looks forward to joining Rwanda and other fellow member states of the East African community, such as Uganda, in establishing her own grand challenges and be able to benefit from the economies of scale, human capital, collective intelligence that is likely to be generated from the Grand Challenges family. I thank you all for your listening and looking forward to your visiting Malawi during our launch of the Grand Challenges, which really is going to take place this year, hopefully not later than October. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for your remarks and inviting us for the launch, and we wish you good preparation for that. Our next activities that are very, very important, very good activities. For now, we're going to witness the signing of the MOU between NCST and SFA. Before we do that, before I call upon the leaders of those two institutions, I would like to ask our tech team to showcase the first call for application for grant challenges in Rwanda. It's a very quick video for it, please.
My name is Kayumba Theogene. I am the data mining analyst for the National Council for Science and Technology. I would like to introduce to you the Rwanda Research, Innovation and Grant Management System, the RIGIMS in short. It is a platform that was designed to manage and streamline application, awarding and administering of both the research and innovation grants as well as research permits. The system is used by individual researchers, research institutions, higher learning institutions, and government institutions while they are applying for research and innovation grants. But it is also used by the National Council to manage the entire grant management life cycle. It was designed mainly to enhance transparency, effectiveness, and efficiency in management of research and innovation grants. Its features include call launch, grant applications, review process, both administrative screening and external review, giving feedback to researchers, managing the implementation of projects, monitoring and evaluation, as well as reporting. This video will focus mainly on how to access the Research and Innovation Grant Management System, creating account if you are the first-time user, how to access the ongoing request for proposal, how to access the supporting documents, as well as how to submit the Research and Innovation Grant application. To access the Research and the Innovation Grant Management System, you go to regims.ncst.gov.rw, and then it takes you to the login page. You can also go through the website of the National Council for Science and Technology under e-services menu. Then you see the link of Research and Innovation Grant Management System. Once you reach here, then to access the system, you need to have an account. For the existing users, they have the username and password they can use to log in. But for the new users, they will have to create an account by creating on this menu. You fill in the information about yourself, providing the first name, last name, your highest qualification, the area of expertise. You provide your telephone number, your email address. Then before you move forward, you verify it. And then the system will send to you a one-time password to verify your email, which you can use to submit and go to the next step. You create a password and you confirm it. Then you agree on terms of use. Then you click on register and your account will be created. For the users who already have an account, you click on sign in instead. You choose the user type. You provide your email address. You type in your password, and you respond to the mathematical challenge that is given by the system. Then you log in. So as soon as you log in, the welcome page gives you your profile details. It shows your picture, your names, number, address information, and so forth. But it also gives you a chance to update your information on work experience, education, qualification, as well as an option to change your password. So on the upper side, we have menus that allow you to apply for the services available. You can track your applications here. You can also do the monitoring and evaluation of the projects that you are working on. You can see the progress report for grant that have been awarded on this menu, but you can also see the research progress report in case you applied for the research permit. On the apply menu, it takes you to the service directory, and currently we are offering 2 services. One is application for grants, the other one is application for research permit. So when you choose application for grant, you see the list of calls that are ongoing. We currently have only one, and this gives you a glimpse of what the call is about. As soon as you click on it, you get to see the details of Excellence Research Grant. The scheme name is Medium Term Scheme. You get to see the call name, the call number, the type of research that is going to be funded, the call description, the call type, the call period, the deadline for application, then the application phase, which is one phase this time, and related documents that the researcher or the innovator would need to use for them to apply for this grant. The proposal template is provided, the budget guidelines is provided, the final request for proposal is provided, instruction and guidelines, activity plan template, budget template, and the budget for the work at industry. These are provided for the user to download and use, but also others to download and read and understand before they can apply. So to apply, you just click on this menu for applying. It takes you to the application form, which gives you an introduction to this application. It talks about the consent of using your personal data for the purpose of processing the application. You consent to share this information with the National Council for Science and Technology, and then you just move to the application. And the first section is on principal investigator. You fill it by providing the first name, last name, the ID, the gender, education level, area of specialization, title, email address, telephone number, physical address of the PI, primary institution of the PI, primary institution location, address of the primary institution. You attach the curriculum vitae of the PI, and then attach the commitment letter from partner institutions. The second section is for the co-principal investigator one, who is supposed to come from academia or industry. You provide his or her information to do with the first name, last name, ID, gender, education level, area of specialization, prefix, email address, physical address, primary institution location, primary institution address, and then you attach the CV of the co-PI one. The co-PI 2 is supposed to be the renowned expert in the field, and you also have to provide their details by providing the first name, last name, ID number, the gender, education level, area of specialization, prefix, email address, telephone number, physical address of the primary institution location, and you attach the CV of the co-PI 2 here. The next section is on research proposal. Here you provide the title of the research proposal. You provide the summary of project significance in maximum 100 words. You upload the project specific aims in one page in PDF. You attach full proposal in PDF as per the template provided. You attach budget in Excel as per the template provided and in Rwandan francs. You attach the budget for the work at the industry in Excel as per the template. And then you attach the plan in Excel as per the template. The last section of this application form is about the research project team. You have to attach the project team in Excel. The researcher attaches the commitment letters from the research team members. You attach the CV of the research team members combined in PDF. You upload the proof of private company or industry or NGO registration. And as soon as you have filled all the information, you can either choose to save the draft or we submit this application by just clicking on submit. So as soon as you submit this application, it is listed under my application menu, and this is where you can follow up what's happening with the application you submitted. And some of the notifications that are going to be coming, they're going to be listed here as new. While at the same time, we also get notification on both the email and message regarding this grant process. As soon as you have applied, the National Council for Science and Technology will be able to see your application among others. Since this is a competitive grant, it will go through a series of review, and as soon as the review process is completed, the National Council for Science and Technology will submit the results into the system. The entire grant management process is managed here, and I hope you'll be able to submit your proposal very soon. Thank you.
Open. So in case you've not listened very carefully, you can go back on YouTube on NCST's website, and you'll be able to go again through the process and ensure that you apply on time. So I hope this opportunity will not go past by you. So now for the signing of the MOU, I would like to invite Dr. Eugene and Dr. Tom to please go on stage. The protocol team is going to help you for the MOU that you're signing today. And please, let's give them a round of applause, because this is a very important partnership between the two institutions. And the MOU they're signing, I believe Dr. Tom in his remarks talked about some of the areas that we'll be working on with NCST, and equally Dr. Eugene also talked about it in his opening remarks. Thank you very much, Dr. Eugene, Dr. Tom. Maybe a quick picture while you're exchanging the MOUs. Thank you very much. I will ask you to wait on stage a bit and invite Honorable Minister Dr. Uwamaria Valentine for the official unveiling of the Grand Challenges Africa. Please join Dr. Eugene and Dr. Tom. A very big round of applause as we unveil Grand Challenges Rwanda. Honorable Minister. A very big round of applause from all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Eugene. Thank you very much, Dr. Tom and Moses. Honorable Minister, thank you for unveiling, and I'll take this opportunity to also welcome you as our guest of honor to give us your closing remarks.
Honorable Madalitso Wirima, Minister of Education, Republic of Malawi, and your delegation, Professor Agrey Ambali, representative of AUDA-NEPAD, and delegation representing the CEO of AUDA-NEPAD, Professor Thomas Kariuki, Chief Executive Officer, Science for Africa Foundation, and your delegation, the Chief Executive Officer of C4 and NCST Council member, Professor Eliane Ubarijoro, the Executive Secretary of the National Council for Science and Technology, NCST, Dr. Eugene Mutimura, the Executive Secretary of Inter-University Council for East Africa, distinguished CEOs, Director Generals, and leaders of national and international institutions, distinguished keynote speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would like to welcome you to Kigali, especially to this important event for the launch of Grand Challenges Rwanda. I thank you all for your commitment to support the development of science, technology, and innovation for the good of our people. I thank our national institutions through the National Council for Science and Technology, through the coordination of National Council for Science and Technology, for your continued commitment to support research and innovation. I would like to thank the leadership of AUDA-NEPAD, Grand Challenges Africa, and Science for Africa Foundation for your commitment to advance research and innovation in Africa. As you all know, the government of Rwanda is committed to supporting research and innovation that address key development challenges affecting our nation. There are definitely several emerging challenges affecting the Rwandan and African people that research should address. Recently in Rwanda, we have witnessed the catastrophic effects of land and mudslides that resulted in death of our people and the loss of properties. These are effects of climate change and the lack of resilient environment. Other key priorities in Rwanda and Africa include food security and modern agriculture, as well as health and life sciences. We have all witnessed the catastrophic effects of COVID-19 pandemic. These development challenges are cross-cutting in Africa and globally. However, these challenges affect regions differently, and we believe Africa needs better contextualized innovative solutions to meet the needs of our people. In order to address these challenges, there have been several signature investments and African collaborations in science, technology, and innovation by Rwanda and other African countries. These investments and achievements include, for example, the development of STI policy and strategies in all sectors such as education, health, agriculture, and governance. In many African countries, there are already existing collaborations to advance science and technology. The establishment of various science, technology, research, and innovation performing institutions and centers of excellences at various universities to advance African regional collaborations. I'm certain that the launch of Grand Challenges in Rwanda and Africa comes to solidify existing collaborations in research and technology development for Africa's industrial revolutions. One way of addressing these challenges affecting our people is promoting and supporting research and innovation. I'm happy that the launch of Grand Challenges Rwanda and Grand Challenges in Africa aims at funding and supporting bold ideas through research to bring about long-term innovations to address Africa's socio-economic challenges. I have learned that, and it has just been presented, through the collaborations of Rwanda's institutions and Grand Challenges Africa through the coordination of NCST and Science for Africa Foundation, a request for proposals was launched this morning to respond to some of these challenges. I call upon our national researchers, scientists, and innovators to take up the challenge and respond to this call. Finally, I would like to emphasize that the government of Rwanda will continue to support efforts that use science, technology, and innovation to develop solutions that contribute to economic growth and needs of our society. In fact, we are already supporting over 115 research and innovation projects through National Research and Innovation Instrument, NRIF. Some of these projects, 16 of them, have been shown the potential of scaling up and ready to be commercialized to create jobs and improve the living standards of our people. Other projects are ongoing and the outcome is highly promising. Once again, I would like to thank all our partners for honoring our invitation and for continued partnership to develop science for the good of our people. I greatly appreciate all the individuals, organizations, and institutions who have contributed to the realization of this program. I'm sure we will create a generation of researchers and innovators who will make great contribution to knowledge, change lives, and help Africa and the world to move towards a brighter future. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for officially launching Grand Challenges Rwanda And now for a quick, before we head out for lunch, because this is the close of our morning session and the official launch of Grand Challenges, we'll go quickly through a few group family photos to mark this day, and then we'll head out for lunch. So as the team is making sure that we have a good stage for a good picture, let me, the first picture is going to be honorable ministers, Dr. Eugene, Dr. Tom, Professor Agre, Ambassador Narjas, honorable ambassadors that are in the room, Professor Eliane, the ES Executive Secretary of ISTACO, and the Executive Secretary of the Inter-University Council for East Africa. We can wait for 1 more minute as they remove the lectern. Let me invite honorable ministers. If you can go on stage, please. ES of ISTACO and ES of the Inter-University Council for East Africa, please join us. Honorable ministers, if you can come a bit in front. Yes. Gentlemen, if you can go on that other side, just to as we take this family picture, I want to expand our family here and invite next all Director Generals, Executive Secretaries, CEOs, heads of institutions, head of higher learning institutions, and their delegates and some of our keynote speakers to please also join our high-level guests for the picture. I think our photographers have taken very good pictures. If you can quickly join them. Please, you can remain on stage as they join you. Ministers, are you up for a fun picture? So we can ask some of our researchers to come and sit right here. Or are you open for a fun picture? Who wants to join this family picture? All of you are. So Dr. Eugene is here. He's going to say no to the funding if you don't join this picture. Please join right here in front as quickly as possible. Or you can just, yes, right here in front. Yes. If you still want to join this picture, please run. Yes, join. All right, so everyone else has missed the picture. Let's let the photographers take it. .30 for the next session.
My name is Noera Bigirimana. I serve as the Deputy Director General at the Rwanda Biomedical Center, RBC. We are an implementation agency under the Ministry of Health. For this afternoon, it is my pleasure to serve as the moderator for this third session. So I welcome you back to this room. I hope you've had a great day so far. This is only day one, but I know that the first or the previous sessions have been quite fruitful and insightful. I hope you've also enjoyed the break, networking, and lunch. So we are about to start the third session for today. And initially, so we'll start this afternoon, we'll start with a keynote address by Professor Alfred Vizosa on the role of R&D and innovation in economic growth and prosperity. Then we'll have a panel discussion around prospects for research and innovation development in Africa, which will be exciting. So after the keynote and the panel discussion, we'll have more chances for networking and visiting the booth and the exhibition before the much awaited gala dinner. So for now, allow me to welcome our keynote speaker, Professor Alfred Vizosa, who's a professor of agricultural economics at the University of Rwanda. He has extensive experience in academic and policy research and in areas of agricultural economics, in institutional economics of soil and water, conservation, economics of land, economics of climate change. He also serves as the team lead for INGSA Africa Hub Rwanda. He has served as director of research at the Institute of Policy Analysis and Research, and that was in 2014 to 2017. Previous to that, he served as an economic board member at the National Bank of Rwanda. So he has combined experience in academia, he has combined experience in policy research, he has contributed to drafting several policies and strategies. So help me welcome Professor Vizosa to the stage.
I've been tall and tall again. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So it's my privilege to make this presentation that is going to set the stage for the panel discussion. And I have also to really appreciate the organizers, especially the convener, which is the National Council for Science and Technology, and also our guests and friends from different countries. That shows how Africa, we need to come together. I think it's a time to come together and share science. We have been coming together to share politics, but we have also to share science. Been told to talk a little bit about the role of research and development and innovation in economic growth and prosperity of nations. I think I'm also a little bit challenged because of the previous discussion when on the panel they started to discuss how do we justify the relevance of research, especially to policymakers. How do we gain attention from the Treasury that research is making impact? I think in simple and very strong ways to, first of all, show how the research can contribute to the socio-economic transformation of a given country. My presentation is structured around a few points. First of all, I will discuss a bit what are the transmission mechanisms of research and development innovation into economies, or what are the linkage between the expenditures in research and development in the change in economic status of a given country. Number two, I will also present to you some global analysis on research and development expenditure focusing on the efficiency and also the migration from the third industrial revolution to the fourth industrial revolution, and to see what will be the role of the research, development, and innovation. At the third point, I need also to reflect on lessons learned from the trends in research and development expenditures, but also focusing on the global innovation index and contribution to economic growth, and narrow the discussion to the African experience, where we are going to see some of the success hotspots and the research and development expenditure trend in Africa, but also focusing on the future prospects. I will also make some concluding remarks. As you will see, in terms of transmission, we have to agree that research and development expenditure serves as an input to the innovation process. That innovation process also needs to be coupled with the training or capacity development for people to innovate. You need also to add capital investment as part of the infrastructure that is required to serve as a conducive environment for the innovation that needs to take place. The research and development expenditure also is informed by research practices, and this will lead to generate innovations, products, and services that need to be consumed, either by the social, the services, the industry. So the industry is a market for the products to be generated from research practices. Again, when you look at some of the reflections on the pathway of the growth of research and development in different countries, you don't find a common trend. You find each country with its own pathway or its own trajectory. Some examples, we have some countries that decide to serve as a lower labor cost areas in order to serve and to bring satisfaction to the services of different economies. We have an example of Mexico. We have also other countries that decide to extract and refine natural resources. We say oil, gas, and also minerals. We have a case of DRC. And then we have also other countries deciding to promote the licensing of capturing or acquiring the intellectual property for them to start using the products. So we have the case of Canada, for instance. So simply speaking, every country has got its own pathway or its own trajectory, and the pathway has to be decided by the country, and also this depends on the importance that is attached to research, development, and innovation. When you look at the past, we have seen that research and development expenditure has increased sometimes when there are also shocks. And this shows also the importance of the transformation process that is needed. Globally, we see research expenditure to have tripled when you compare the period 2000 to 2020, where we had about 675 billion, and then we have also 2.4 trillion in 2020. That shows you how, though we still have a certain lags or some deficiencies in the process, but there is still an increment in terms of global expenditure as far as research is concerned. So we have some major countries that takes a big share of these expenditures. We have, for instance, the United States, we have Japan, we have Germany. So for instance, in the US, we had, though it has declined for this particular period, comparing 1960 to 2020, you could see that this has declined from 69% to 31%, though it remains the highest with a share of global expenditure in research and development. So we have also some global share of major growth that is attracted from the research. We have China, South Korea, and Russia. Now, we talk about research and development expenditure efficiency and innovation. Here we bring the notion of the return on investment. What do you gain? What do you get back after investing in research and development? We see, for instance, and this is measured by the percentage of the expenditure in research and development over the total gross domestic product. So it's mostly measured as compared to GDP. So we have, for instance, countries like Israel, we have also Korea, Taiwan, where you see some institutional reforms that motivate social capital and also collaboration to motivate and advance research and development. We are glad that in our panel we'll be with our colleague, Dr. Aliza from Israel, who is going to share more of the experience in this particular area. But research is also, especially in these developed countries, is supported by the private sector, where you see about more than 60% of investment in research and development in the West country comes from the private sector or the businesses. And we have about 75% in Asian countries. What this means, it means that this country have reached a point where research is integrated with industrial development. So the industry sector takes part from the generation of the knowledge, generation of the products, to the consumption, and also by scaling this or making this commercial to the benefits of the public. We also see the information communication technology for development investment. This has also played a big role when it comes to support of digital economies and catalyze the third and the fourth industrial revolution, which I'm also going to reflect in some of the next slides. These are some of the trends, but you would see that research and development intensity is now supporting the fourth industrial revolution, and in mostly these countries known as developed countries, where we still see some lags and gaps in African context, which we are going to discuss further. Yes, where are we today? We are talking about the fourth industrial revolution, but some countries are still playing and acting as if we are in the third industrial revolution. When you look at the investment, when you look at priority setting, we don't see really a shift from third industrial revolution to the fourth industrial revolution. So we have two blocks. One is the disruptive technologies, where you see the technologies coming to play a big role in this transition. So we have the connectivity and also the computational power that has also to play a big role. We have the big data analytics and intelligence. We have also human-machine interaction. I think some of the countries in Africa, this is the debate that's still new or it becomes as an emerging discussion. And yet for some other countries, this is already something that they have gone far and tried to embrace the fourth industrial revolution. Now let's take, when you look at these four periods, you will see almost a period difference of 100 years. So from the Industrial Revolution or the Industry 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, where we are today, you will see that there is at least a length of a period of about 100 years. Now, when you look at the focus of each industrial period, you see that in the first generation, we have the steam and water power. We have electricity and mass production in the second industrial revolution. In the third one, we are talking about automation. And the fourth one, we are talking about digitalization. So where are we as African countries? So where are we lagging behind? And what are we trying to recapture? That's what I was trying to say. The left side, where now this investment in all these areas, connectivity, big data, human machine, advanced engineering, the upskilling, they also translate into research and development expenditures, which in turn is going to help you now to move or to execute the prospect of each generation of the Industrial Revolution. The same message here comes as the trends in terms of expenditure, but the message I wanted to bring here is that we are missing data in some cases, meaning that we need also to reflect when we want to assess the impact of research and development. Do we have enough infrastructure in terms of data to monitor and also to assess the progress and the impact we are making so that we can make the case? Otherwise, if we don't have statistics that are updated, it's very difficult also to appreciate the effort that is being made by all actors. Now, when we do some comparison in terms of the expenditure in terms of research and development as percentage of GDP, you see that most of these countries in Africa lag behind or are less than 1%, while once you take, for instance, Singapore, we have 2.1%. In economics, we normally say that for you to earn money, you need first to spend money. So you cannot earn the benefits of research and development before you spend in research and development. So you need to spend. So until you understand the need to spend in research and development, then you will also realize the prospect and the impacts you are expecting from researchers and institutions supporting the research and development. So the same message here shows the number of countries, how this trend have been growing over the period. Interestingly, you could see that United States and China would likely to take almost 50% of all expenditures worldwide that we consider in these leading countries. But they have realized the importance of investing in research and development. That's also, it means that they already know what they need to get out of research. Someone said in this morning that investing in research and development should not be a choice, it should be a must, since we know the benefits that are likely to come. The same message also shows the contribution to growth of worldwide research and development expenditures for this period 2000 and 2019. The same message where you see China having almost 29%, and you could see also United States having about 23%, and the rest you could see the share. That shows how there is differentials in terms of expenditures and also commitment from the monetary terms of each government when investing in research. Allow me to talk also briefly about the African experience. The political economy landscape already we have, when you look at the African Agenda 2063, when you look at the Eastern African Vision 2050, when you look at the national policies and strategies, already this provides a very conducive environment to plan about research and development. So that's when we have it. But the problem, how do we really translate these commitments in the statements, in the provisions of these policies and strategies into concrete and investment into research and development remains an area for discussion. Number two, we have already the conditions that would also foster the creation of impact-driven digital innovation, which also vary widely among different countries. When we talk about Africa, yes, of course, it's one continent, but it's also heterogeneous. We have different political economies, we have different challenges, we have different governance styles, we have different planning styles. So all these differences, though different, but still, how do we leverage on each country's experience in order to benefit and earn from the benefits of research and development? Now, when it comes to the pace of innovation development, which is also stalled by excessive importation of existing innovations, yes, so we have to go for globalization. But to what extent? Or what are we earning from the perspective of research and development when it comes to globalization? And again, this brings also aspect of importing innovations. So yes, you can still import innovation, but to what extent do you still have to maintain your niche or your competitive advantage as a country or as a continent? Should we rely on all? Recently, or in the last 2 years, we have seen the case of COVID-19, when it happened to have vaccines. How many countries were ready to supply the vaccines to other countries? That you would see the ego spirit of those countries. So what happens in that case? If you don't have your own style of development, or if you don't have your own strategies to internalize the development or research and development. Of course, let's go for global, but let's maintain what is competitive and what is going to help to recapture the local market. The same trends, you could see that almost Africa spends less than 1% of the GDP on research and development. I took 5 countries from developed countries and 5 countries in Africa. You will see the trend, how it is. And some of the countries developed, they have almost 5 times what we are investing in research. Of course, as if we even were discussing about the grand challenges, to what extent the local or the national government systems are going to support the initiative so that at least you have a certain percentage which is locally mobilized as resources for research and investment in research development. Now, coming to the Global Innovation Index, which is also an indicator to show how much we are performing, you will see that we have 2 categories. We have 2 areas. One area shows the input or innovation in terms of input. You have the human capital and research. Do we have people really involved in research? Someone we were discussing during our tea break and then said, we have passionate researchers. People are really keen to defend and spend their life career in research. So this is a question we need to reflect. Number 2, we have also infrastructure. We have ICT facilities. Number 3, we have also the market, which is sophisticated sometimes. And then we have also the business sophistication, the knowledge workers, and also this basically translate as inputs. And then when we have the output, you have also the knowledge and technology outputs. You have also the knowledge creation and impact. All these are meant to justify how really we are doing when it comes to innovation. For you to be able to innovate, this system has to work properly, and then we need to assess where are we doing well, where do we need to put more efforts as Africa when we need to see the impact of research and development and innovation. Now, linking this with the growth and the prosperity, you will see this in different sectors. There are mainly 3 sectors that are known. We have the services, we have the industry, we have also agriculture. You will see for countries that were developed and in terms of innovation, they spend more time in supporting the services and industry sectors, as you can see on these numbers. When it comes to Africa, we still have only very few countries or 2. We have like South Africa and Botswana, where you see they are all focusing on services and industries, and then others are dominantly focusing on agriculture. It's not a bad thing, but how do we gain the benefits of research and development and innovation? We have also some performing countries. We have, when you look on the right side, we have those developed countries, but we have also Egypt here, we have Namibia, we have Senegal, we have Rwanda. These are also performing well when you look at the trajectory or when you look at the trends. But the key message here is that those countries with higher investment in research and development, they are likely also to benefit more in terms of transformation you see in the industry and also services sectors. And one good example is that when you look at the trends of contribution of the agriculture sector in those countries, it's between 3 to 5%, while in African countries we see the contribution of the agriculture sector to the GDP ranges around 30 to 40%. Now, when I talk about the African experience again, let's the investment in research and development for adapting on science, technology, and innovation, which is mainly for economies locked in the agriculture sector. I think this is what I mentioned. We spend more time on agricultural revolution. We tend to forget the other sectors that are also revolutionary, the services and the industry. We have also the research and development, which is lagging behind, and those, especially in the countries where you see the focus is on the third industrial revolution, which is also a progressive development. It's somehow tricky. How do you move directly from going toward the fourth industrial revolution, and yet you have not been able to satisfy the prerequisite that you find in the third industrial revolution? So that's a kind of a mismatch in discussion and in planning as well. So we also have some unfinished interventions, but especially developed countries. For them, they are focusing on fourth industrial revolution, and you will see in the planning, the global planning, let's all embark on in fourth industrial revolution. That's fine, but what are we able to accommodate as we move with a pace that is consistent with the national socioeconomic context? Again, we also consume innovative products, and we lack science and technology for domestic market recapturing. And then this is what I mentioned earlier, focusing on the competitive advantage, which is still relevant to be discussed. We are changing the word of import substitution towards recapturing of the local markets. That's fine. So the African Free Trade Area that brings different countries, what do we benefit? What Rwanda, Namibia, or Malawi is going to benefit? So we should also take into account of that. So we have also a number of sectors that we need to focus on as we move ahead. The agriculture sector remains an important sector for research and development. Tourism, mining, and manufacturing, these are the areas you see with the high potential to benefit from the investment in research and development and innovation. Now, we have also to leverage on existing science and technology to fight multidimensional vulnerability and move from crisis to sustainable development. So as I said earlier, to what extent our planning process is embarking the notion of sustainability rather than dealing with the crisis. And this is mainly linked with the political economy, but also the geopolitics that we see in many parts of Africa, where we still see many countries now still fighting to get peace, still fighting to get food, still fighting to get the basics. So how do we really address those fundamental needs as we move and as we take care of the science and technology and innovation? I think that's where now the connectivity comes in. To what extent the science is really responding to the local or to the grand challenges of Africa? To what extent whatever is happening in the lab or in an office of a researcher is reflecting what is on the ground in terms of challenges? I was thinking earlier that if, for those who are here who are familiar with milking, we used to milk with hands. But now with the cows we have, the breeds we have, you cannot milk with hands. So if a cow is producing 20 liters, you need to get a machine. But how many farmers are able to purchase the milking machine? It's very difficult, just as simple like that. So harvesting, we are talking about losses in harvesting. So what do we have as technologies to help farmers reduce the post-harvest losses? These are very simple examples. So if we are not able to tackle the basics, so why are we thinking the bigger or the scale that is not consistent with the demands and the needs of the society? I think that's where now we need really to bring attention, and that's where the science is going to be relevant. The science becomes relevant because it is addressing issues facing the community. So we see some trends in different countries. If I try to go quickly, look at sub-Saharan Africa. We have the performance above expectation, especially on innovation as you compare to economic development. We have the case of Kenya, Rwanda, Mozambique. For the case of Rwanda, which is the host today, we see Rwanda becoming a center for industrial revolution, especially focusing on artificial intelligence and data policy. When you look at the policy documents, like the science, technology, and innovation policy, which I think some of the documents were given in our package, and then when you look at the Kigali Innovation City, you look at the ICT infrastructure, but how are really benefiting in terms of scaling and upscaling these technologies and innovations that are being brought by the development. It's a good process, but how do we now translate into meaningful and impactful results? When you look at Ethiopia, for instance, it has focusing on industrial parks. Look at the industrial policy, the social innovation, the big data, domestic investment. Look at Morocco, manufacturing sector, where you see the 4R digital transformation, the analytics and the simulation. South Africa, you see the automobile and the mining sectors. We see this in the industrial policy, the corporate sector system integration. Ghana, you see the smart agriculture. These are some of the few examples showing that these countries are taking different routes, but showing the appetite to use research and development. Now, what will be like the future prospects as we move ahead, as we continue to reflect? One is to support the corporate sector in terms of science, technology, and innovation, investment in product development, and also change processes for society's sectors. Here we are looking at different specialized sectors. We don't have to do all sectors. Can we make some priority sectors, maybe within 20 years, 30 years, as we move ahead? Make it a progressive planning. And then we need also to adapt and capacitate education systems. To what extent our education systems is really integrated in the industrial revolution. So we educate, it's like parallel systems. We have a system of education, and then we have also a system of industry. So, but these are supposed to be integrated to ensure that those students, young researchers, already are doing research at the early stage, trying to respond to the industry or to the demand from the industry. We have also to support global distribution of scientific capacity and access to knowledge. All these platforms we are talking about, to what extent do we leverage them to share the experience and the science that every country may need? We need also to develop data systems that are going to help us monitor the progress that we are making. We need to support the technology adoption and also to spearhead integration of innovation into emerging challenges and opportunities. Let's say a case of climate change. I think we researchers, we have not yet come to the point where we are confident enough to say that this is a solution to any category of climate change impact that we are seeing. So if we are not able to say that, why then continue to focus on it without addressing its challenges? And then we have also to adapt venture capital arrangements. So how do we get a number of capitals for hedging against stocks and shocks rather, and in strategies focusing on future frontiers of innovation. As I conclude, Africa needs to accept its current pace of transformation and evaluate the context-specific progress that has been made. We have also to invest in emerging technologies and also look at the hotspots to be learning and experimenting, knowledge preservation and product development, pillars for future economic growth. This linkage needs to be well sought and addressed. Research and development innovation need also to be aligned to the reduction of internal shocks to current efforts, for instance, investment in education, social protection, regional integration, and so on. I have some 3 areas that we will need to continue to reflect. When I was working on these few slides, I think we need to think again what investments are needed to ensure effective research and development impacts at scale. Number 2, what are the best options to strengthen the linkage with North, South, and South-South cooperation, arrangements for research and development, and innovation development for key sectors? Number 3, what are the best pathway to ensure transformative research and development and innovation? I thank you for your attention, and this sets a stage for further discussion, and I remain open to clarify whenever any of the statement was not clear during my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Professor Bizoza. As he just mentioned, this sets the stage for more reflection and leads us into the panel discussion around prospects for research, innovation, development in Africa. So without further ado, allow me to welcome, so we already have Professor Bizoza as one of our panelists. Allow me to welcome the other panelists, and I'll introduce them as they come to the stage. Our next panelist is Dr. Aliza Inbal, who's the founding director of the Peers Program for Global Innovation in Israel. Welcome, Dr. Aliza. Dr. Aliza is an expert in innovation ecosystem, and she has been leading the design and launch of the several innovation in Israeli government programs. These include the Grand Challenge Israel. They include the India-Israel Global Innovation Bridge and many others. So we look forward to hearing more from you. Our next panelist is Mr. Yves Iradukunda. Welcome, Mr. Yves. He is the permanent secretary at the Ministry of ICT and Innovation in Rwanda. He joined the public sector from working in philanthropy. He served as a senior director at Mass Design. He's passionate for entrepreneur innovation, and he also has expertise in talent development. So allow me to start with you, Dr. Bizoza. I think as a follow-up to your presentation that you just shared, I think, so you covered a lot of important points. You started by showing us mechanisms, what it means to go from research, development, and innovation to economic growth, and to also impact lives and livelihoods. Can you tell us more about these mechanisms? I think it was one of the areas for further reflection. Tell us more about how this can be done in Africa.
Thank you. I thought you were going to start with us. But yeah, as I said, maybe I didn't touch this in details. For research and development to have an impact itself, it has its own drivers. And this change from the structure and also the infrastructure that is available to create the conducive environment to do research, which becomes now an input to the innovation process. Number 2, you need now to look at the capacity and training that is required for people to innovate. This goes both in terms of the teaching systems or the education systems, but also the research sector. How is it organized in order to respond to the needs of the community? The third aspect that one will bring on board is on capital investments. So what are the investments available to do research? So in most places, in different parts of Africa, you will still find students talk about things that they don't see or they don't touch. So when you don't see and you don't touch, it's very difficult to learn. So what are the investments that are required for some people to invest and to innovate, especially young scholars and also students? So that part is very important. The last but not least is also the policy or the political environment under which this has to happen. So we don't have to do the gameplay of blaming the government or the government blaming the science. I don't think this is an area we need to invest more time, but I think we need to show how are we relevant, and we don't need even to claim that. We need to show, and this, what we show will attract everyone. And I'm sure whether it's a policymaker or a development partner, once you have a solution at hand, you are making the life easier for him or for her as a planner, as a policy implementer. So that linkage and linkage between science and policy is also critical, and that's why you will see these national accounts for science and technologies across different countries are being supported by government, showing the appetite and also the willingness of the government also to have evidence-based policy-making process. So I think on the other side, researchers need to see what they have in their hands is capable to respond to those needs. That's briefly what I can say, and I just trying to show that before the research and development and innovation to have an impact, let's look at it itself, see what are the deficiencies in the process that need to be addressed either by researchers or actors in the sector. Over to you.
Thank you so much, and we'll have more time to engage with that. So before I turn to Dr. Aliza, allow me to turn to you, PS Eve, because Professor Alfred just mentioned the important role of government, and perhaps here we can hear from you about what African leaders, policymakers, scientists, researchers, funding institution, scientific institution can do differently. We've seen that we are falling behind when it comes to the fourth industrial revolution. We've seen the various inputs, we've seen trends in expenditure that are not favorable at this time. So I just want to turn to you and hear what can be done. Is there possibilities to leapfrog, even if some of the inputs are not in place for the third industrial revolution, as we heard? Could we go towards the fourth industrial revolution?
Thank you, Noella. It's a very important question. I will attempt to make suggestions on what government should do. But first, and I will start by appreciating the presentation from Professor Bizoza. I was almost overwhelmed by the amount of insight that came from the presentation. And I think some of the things I was wanting to speak to in terms of what should we be doing more, I think you've already provided as answers. And so from that point of view, since some of the things that should be done by governments, by partners of governments, have already been covered to a large extent in the presentation, I want to offer a more practical point of view, but also experience in what we have seen working, or we are trying to figure out within our own context. Number one, I think there is a need for collaboration. We need to have systemic collaboration approaches that leverage each other's strengths. When we talk about the linkages between academia and industry, and how can we expedite innovation and solutions into practical solutions and products and services, I think we've failed to make those linkages more effective. And so when I think about, yes, there is gap in investment and funding that is going to research, 1%, as Professor Bizoza has highlighted. But even then, can we talk about the quality of the impact that 1% could have if used properly? Because while there might be budget and investment constraints, but we can't fail to be efficient within the limited resources. My observation over time, some of the research projects I've seen, how they are tackled either from the industry or academia perspective, there is a lack of leveraging collaboration between partners that exist within our ecosystems to have optimal results. So I think even with that context, limitation that governments may have, partners of governments may have, to really try to tackle the challenges that were highlighted, collaboration that is systematic, that is embedded within all institutions is, for me, a starting point. From a perspective of the Ministry of ICT and Innovation, we're charged with infrastructure. I think you highlighted also the need for infrastructure, connectivity, capabilities that enable data analysis, among many other things, collaboration. We think that more and more these infrastructures are being more and more accessible to our researchers. Those are requiring high data processing power to innovate. And we think that more and more, the challenges of the past where researchers were limited in access to data that they need, these challenges are being solved. And so I have the confidence that the infrastructure challenge will continue to reduce. But now the biggest challenge we have is the skills that are needed to be able to leverage the infrastructure, the data sets that are being available. And I think that's an emphasis we can make in terms of what kind of skill set, even starting for education programs, what kind of skill set that are enabling researchers, young innovators to be able to engage within within this community of innovation. And so practically, I want to give a few examples of where we have seen these approaches of one, collaboration, leveraging infrastructure that we have helped us to expedite how we are bringing forward some solution innovation into solving some of our biggest challenges. Number one, we have established an innovation policy lab at the ministry. The idea is that, because you talked about, conducive policies, governments need to create policies that enable research to take place, but also innovation to be adopted and appreciated in how we use. So we recognize that data-driven policy formulation is important because we want to be zeroing in on some of the challenges across different sectors. And so we want to make sure that policies are informed by the data that we are seeing across different sectors. So we've applied this on a few use cases, one being on waste management, for instance, leveraging smart cities solutions that we have. And by bringing together close to 5 different ministries and other agencies that are charged with the challenge of waste management, we were able to deploy interventions that informed waste collection management, waste separation, among many other interventions that are enabling circularity in the end. And the initiatives that stemmed out of that collaboration is what, for me, as an outcome, is important, that we can trigger the right research, we can trigger collection of the right data, we can bring the right expertise within on the same table to start tackling some of these challenges. The second one example that I will give, it's around also creation of opportunities. Sometimes we have the right research, the right innovation, but again, how do we expedite the implementation of these innovations within our ecosystem? So what we are working on now is public procurement for innovation, where we're encouraging government agencies. In our context, governments tend to be procuring and tendering a lot of the services and products. And so what we want to do is to enable governments to procure challenges. Typically, our procurement, is prescriptive of what you want. If you want this bottle of water, you can go to the extent of putting a picture in the tender because it has to be specifically that. Where does that leave innovators and researchers? So what we want to do is to tender challenges, then we trigger the creativity, innovation, and research capabilities. We avail data sets that are available to make sure that this research can actually bring solutions that we couldn't have imagined, whether for a purpose of digitization, of service delivery, or tackling other challenges that we have within the government. So with that, we want to encourage startup and entrepreneurship because when we talk about research innovation, it needs to trigger creation of startups and businesses through an entrepreneurial journey that can create even more value and unlock more potential and possibilities. Lastly, I think governments need to put in place mechanisms that respect intellectual property, because what we have seen in the past is that the issue around intellectual property tends to limit the investment appetite, because one, we have small investment, but we are limited in how much investment we can attract because that environment, and it goes back to policy. So I think intellectual property is also an important topic that we need to emphasize on. So again, I think there's a lot of potential. Our youth have a lot to offer, but I think as governments, we need to create that conducive environment. And those are a couple of examples I could give on how we're approaching it on policy formulation, but also on giving access to youth on opportunities through the public procurement for innovation to adopt research innovations that are being created. Maybe I'll pause there for now, and I'm happy to elaborate more later.
Excellent. Thank you, PS Even. I can confirm that we are actually taking advantage of some of these mechanisms as a government institution ourselves. So, you know, we just took a practical look, perspective on what is happening in Rwanda. It's my pleasure to invite your perspective, Dr. Alisa. I understand you were an initiator of the Grand Challenge Israel. And I want to ask you, why you think this has been valuable? What has been some of your experience? And also ask you, because we are here today to launch the Grand Challenge Rwanda, what do you think Rwanda can benefit from the Grand Challenges, from your lived experience? Yeah, so I'll take it to you. Dr. Alisa, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here. I'm always happy for, you're combining two of my great passions in life. I love Rwanda and I love Grand Challenges. So I'm very thankful for the invitation to come. So I'll tell you a little bit about what my history is with Grand Challenges and how I came to it, and that might help also explain why I think that it's such a good and positive thing for Rwanda. My background is that I run an organization that works very closely in Israel with the government and with the private sector to set up an innovation ecosystem, specifically targeting global problems. So not solving rich people's problems, but solving SDG problems and the real needs in the world. And at one point in time, I was back in Canada visiting my mother. And someone said, you have to meet Peter Singer, who was the head of Grand Challenges Canada, helped establish Grand Challenges of the Gates Foundation as well, and helped establish a lot of the other Grand Challenges in Africa, so I know that a lot of people here know him very well. And he told me about Grand Challenges. And at the end of this brief conversation in his house, I was so stunned by the potential that there is in this specific program that I pretty much spent the next 2 years of my life knocking on every governmental door in Israel until we finally got it funded and got it off the ground. So there are three basic reasons why, for me, this is not just another program, it's a WOW program. And I think that those reasons are equally valid for Rwanda as for Israel, which has in many ways a much, much more developed and long-standing and much copied innovation ecosystem. So what were the three things that he told me that really astounded me? So the first thing I just want to note about Grand Challenges, and I know that there are a lot of researchers in the room, so I'm going to say before I say it, don't panic. Grand Challenges is not a platform for funding research. It is a platform for solving critical barriers to development. And that's a very, very important distinction. It's an important distinction on the one hand because I think that while scientific endeavor in and of itself is something which has great value, for those of us that care about development and who care about progressing the welfare of humans, we really have to be focused on things that are going to make a difference in people's lives. And the way that Grand Challenges does that is not just declaratory, saying, hey, that's what we're here all about. The way that they put together their calls for proposals is they're very, very targeted, specific, and detailed about what are the areas that we really need innovation in. And that's very important queuing mechanisms for researchers because there's a graveyard of good ideas out there, of millions of great pieces of technology that nobody has ever used because they weren't as needed, because there were conditions around. And what Gates and the Grand Challenges family does is they basically tell researchers these are the specific things that we really need, and if we find these solutions, they will make a difference. And a lot of time and a lot of intellectual manpower is spent even formulating the proposals in order to do that. So that's the first thing, is that it's focused. We're going to do 3 Fs, so that's your first F. I know in an academic setting an F is not a good thing, but bear with me. The second thing that I think was really great is that the structure of Grand Challenges in general is that they give a lot of small grants and very few larger grants. Now, why does this matter? Because you can't have innovation without failure. You've got to invest in the risky things that might work or they might not work. And because in those risky things, you find the things that are astounding. And when Peter Singer would go around, now he works for the WHO, and he would speak in different audiences about the innovations he was most proud of, the 2 examples that he would most often give were, and those of you who know him probably know these examples, smelly socks. You knew the smelly socks example, and an example of a innovation that a Argentinian, I think it was, maybe it was Mexican truck driver came up with in a bar. Did I get that right? Neither of them, unfortunately, were members of the scientific community. Again, sorry. I know that's not preaching to my audience, but the smelly socks was somebody who figured out that when he hung smelly socks outside of his hut, he got less malarial mosquitoes coming in. And the bar innovation was something that happens with the bubbles in a beer bottle that form the basis of an innovation that's used until today, which has found ways of much safer ways of taking babies that are being born, that are stuck, of extracting them without using forceps, which can cause brain damage. Neither of them were based on cutting-edge scientific research. They were based on really good ideas that came from real-world observation. And so one of the things that Peter said, and I'm sure that is true for all of the Grand Challenges families, is he said, okay, you take a certain amount of projects that are there because they've got all of this scientific merit, but you've also got to invest in some of the wild cards, because sometimes it's the wild cards that make the biggest difference. So one of the things that we had to do when we were speaking to the Israeli government and saying to the Israeli government, helping them understand how to apply this, is that the Innovation Authority in Israel, they have very rigorous scientific criteria for breakthrough innovation. And if something isn't like rigorous breakthrough innovation, they say, we're not interested, they won't fund it. And we had to convince them to change their criteria and make them less rigorous. Not because they were worried they weren't going to get enough good ideas, but the opposite, that scientific rigor isn't as important for what Grand Challenges is trying to do as actually having a good solution to the problem, which is implementable and, most importantly, easily scalable. So that's the second thing, which is you have to fund failure. So we talked about it needs to be focused on actual solutions to actual problems. You need to fund failure. And then the last F is something that several speakers talked about this morning, which also I think is critically important, and that F is the word family. Which every person who is involved in Grand Challenges will talk about. I've never seen any other development program or government program where they talk about the family of programs. But it really is the spirit. And the spirit says that when we're all working in silos, it is much harder to come up with these solutions than if we work together. So this idea of having different international calls, whether they're Africa-wide or different Grand Challenges coming in from around the world, is precisely to put the people thinking about solutions to the same problems together in a room and get them working together. And if you have an idea, but you don't know about the business part of it, or you need to learn more about a specific market you need to go into, or you need advice on possible connections to researchers that have a part of the solution, you can find that through the Grand Challenges family. And for Israel, this was very important because Israeli researchers are extremely connected in the Silicon Valley. They're not very connected in the Silicon Savannah, and they needed ways to reach out to African researchers as well. And so it's just been such a pleasure seeing how Grand Challenges has expanded across the continent, because I think that's good for all of us. And so those connections really, really matter, and the support that you can get from Grand Challenges beyond just the funding really matters. And so those are my three F's on why I think Grand Challenges is not just another funding program, and why I think it's so valued. Because it's so focused on the problems, because it supports the possibility of failure and is proud of it, and because you're joining a family which is a global family of support.
Thank you so much, Dr. Alisa. I think as Rwanda joins this family, we'll be able to learn from Grand Challenges that are already established, but also be of support to other Grand Challenges that will come after. So if you allow, I'm sure that from the audience we may have questions or comments. We want to open it up to the audience. We've heard some great perspective from the panel, and so I want to see if there are any questions or comments from the audience before we turn back to our wonderful speakers today. So the floor is yours. You can, I know there's a microphone probably around somewhere in the room. You can just raise your hand. Please feel free to introduce yourself and then share a thought or a comment or a question.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Patrick Mugisha, Managing Partner, Innovent Labs Africa from Uganda. And I just want to thank the panelists. First, going to what Prof shared in respect to where you undertake research and innovation that should actually be able to translate to economic transformation. I think one of the key areas that also, as governments, for example, let me consider the ESC region in which we are party to, definitely where we decide to leverage on key areas that we feel are good enough for us as countries, and they're definitely going to return some good investment, is something we definitely could prioritize on. But then also, I think having been a policy maker close to 13 years myself, and in the S&I space, I tend to realize one of the key things that we need to master moving forward in terms of leveraging on financing towards R&DI. At times, that misunderstanding or misalignment between government, the policy makers, and other persons is still a big challenge. We have too much blame games. And that's quite a big challenge, and that's why you find at times over the years we've seen where private sector, most public-private partnerships, despite having laws and legal frameworks, they fail to take off. Why? Because there's still lack of trust. Private sector really says government doesn't move things. Government says, they're not addressing our priority areas. So everyone has his own pathway to define. But I think now it's time for all of us to be humble and let us listen to each other, and we can do something together. And for Dr. The PS, thank you very much for what you're doing in the ICT space in Rwanda. And you hit on a very particular thing on intellectual property. That's one of the key areas that we do really offer as an entity, but something that definitely I believe Rwanda as a country can actually leverage on. And because the only sad bit about, unfortunately, ICT-related interventions, especially if you look at our IP legal frameworks, especially in the region. Normally, we do not provide patents protection for softwares. We do not. And majority of them, they always consider them to protect them under copyright law. But technically, it's such a challenge. But because if you look at what the 4IR interventions is bringing today to the global stage, definitely now it's an issue of understanding what are those inventive skills that can actually be enhanced to make this a reality. And I'm really happy to take on some of the discussions after doing the network sessions, but thank you very much for that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Patrick from Uganda for those two comments. Maybe we can take the gentleman right next to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So my name is Omololu Akinjo. I'm the director of the ICTP East African Institute for Fundamental Research, where we do a lot of physics. So I have two questions. One for Prof. Bizoza.
Aliza.
No, one for Prof. Bizoza and the other for Dr. Aliza. So my first question is, I know the Western world wants us to believe that there's a fourth industrial revolution and we should go for it, but how is that very different from the third industrial revolution? Because there's a third industrial revolution and the lines are very blurred, and I think it's hard to say this is a new revolution for the fourth one. So if you could help us to make a better distinction, this would be very helpful. And then for Dr. Aliza, so my question is this. You know, a long time ago when mathematicians were working on prime numbers, nobody knew that today you will not be able to do any transaction online without prime numbers. So it was like a fancy, but now it's super important. So how do you know that some mundane thing or something not interesting to other people that I'm working on now is not something that in 50 years' time will be like most critical for everybody? Like if you narrow down now, then, I mean, I think this, so you understand what I'm trying to say? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the professor. So there is one question to Prof. Alfred and another to Dr. Aliza. So I'll just let you the floor. So there was a question around further distinction between the third industrial revolution and fourth industrial revolution.
Thank you. If you allow me to comment first on the intervention provided by Patrick, which I totally agree with you that there is a tendency to have this blame game between policymakers, researchers, and scientists. And I think this is something that should end. Should end through existing mechanisms and platforms to set the research and development agenda. So in every country, most of them now, you have the National Council for Science and Technology. One of the mandates of these institutions is to advise the government on all aspects linked to science, technology, and innovation. So I'm sure if someone is appointed as sorry to say, my executive secretary here, they already know that he's the custodian to advise the government on this aspect of science and technology. So maybe we are not using these platforms effectively or the way they are supposed to be used. Number two, we need also to understand the nature of the interventions by the government, the pace that is needed, and also the mismatch between the pace of the interventions and the process that a research project may take. So you have an issue that is happening today, and you say you want to go to the lab. Lab, how much time does it going to take? So it comes again to our researchers. To what extent are we capable to do some forecasting or do prediction of the needs or the demand of the technologies or innovations by the policymakers? So that when they happen a time to intervene, they already have on the menu some of the solutions that we have already through different platforms and of dissemination and sharing research. So number two, coming to the difference between, you don't see clearly the difference between the two levels of industrial revolution. So when you look at the third one, the focus mainly was on the development of electricity and also mass production. Produce a lot, produce for the majority, produce more quantities and so on. But when you come to the fourth industrial revolution, here now they are saying, okay, can we bring digital solutions in all we do? So of course there will still be some linkages. You cannot dissociate them directly because there may still be some lagged effects even of the third industrial revolution that will need even to mature and feed the fourth industrial revolution. That's one of the differences you will see. And I think the science is not really to say how are they different, but also we need to go beyond and say how are they complementing each other and build the momentum that is going to address the challenges that our countries or the continent is facing. So I think that's a submission I can provide to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Alfred. So I'll turn to Dr. Eliza. I think the way I would frame the question is how can we anticipate what will make a difference? I think it goes to one of the Fs that you mentioned.
Yeah, it went to the first thing I said, which is this is not about funding research, which I knew this was going to be a bad crowd to say that in. Of course, I think that basic research is extremely important and earlier stage research is extremely important. And there are other funding mechanisms, including funding mechanisms of the NCST, which fund that here, and of different science foundations in Africa as well, specifically for grand challenges as a program. That is not the purpose of the program. So even when you look at the Gates Foundation, they do fund some research of that sort. But here, the problem definition was sort of where they started. They started from the point of not let's fund research and see where it gets to, but these are problems we need to solve. Let's see who can help us solve them. And so it was just a distinction about grand challenges and in no way a comment on the importance of basic research. And I want to hear about how prime numbers drive, so afterwards. So.
Excellent. We should certainly find opportunities to connect some more. Again, this is a family. Grand Challenges is a family. All the researchers, policymakers, and funding entities, and anyone else in the room, please feel free to continue networking. So maybe, looking around the room, we can take one last question. I forgot to ask PS if he had any comment about what Mr. Patrick from Uganda mentioned around the issue with alignment with government.
Thank you. I'll briefly comment that the opportunities that comes with these emerging technologies, and when we talk about intellectual properties and even other policies that ensure adoption, sometimes we have some of the best solution, best innovation, but the laws that exist in place, cannot allow a government institution or an entity to procure such innovation and use it. So on one side, there is harmonization of the regulatory framework, the policies that ensure that even looking at, for instance, data privacy and protection, some of these innovation emerging technologies touch a lot on private data. So the regulatory framework from that point of view still has a long way to go. But I believe, in collaboration that is happening within the EAC, but also globally, those are questions we need to be asking, but also working towards, creating a uniform framework that allows us to collaborate. So yes, there are still gaps because these emerging technologies are really uncovering some of the inefficiencies, some of the laws that or the regulation that do not exist in our context, but that's the work to be done. And I think even as we engage our counterparts in other East Africa country members, but also in the global community, is figuring out how do we streamline those regulation and legal framework. So if we maintain that momentum, if we keep an open mind, and that spirit of collaboration and adoption of innovations that are, coming from these emerging technologies, I think slowly but steadily we can see some progress. And I think when I look at what's happening within our innovation ecosystem, I'll give an example of the Noskin House, where we have Novartis Foundation and other partners collaborating on Health Tech Africa Hub. We're seeing cohorts of 30 health tech companies from all over the continent. They are leveraging AI, they're leveraging other emerging technologies, they're proposing innovation within healthcare. I think, Noella, you're very aware of the program. And one thing we need to be working on is how do we remove the barriers, whether regulatory or legal, to make sure that these are adopted. So work to be done, and I welcome the input and collaboration as we tackle those challenges.
Thank you again. So let me take thank you, PS Eve. Maybe let me take a pulse from the room, see if there's any pressing questions or comment to our panelists. Today is just day one. I'm sure these discussions will continue. We've already seen some great insights coming from, our colleagues in Africa, our colleagues from here in Rwanda, our colleague from Israel. Just a few seconds to see if there are any comments. Otherwise, I'll turn back to our panelists with a tough question of if you take, oh, I see. There's one hand.
Good afternoon, good evening. My name is Dusabe Leila. I'm from the University of Global Health Equity here in Rwanda. My question is kind of a follow-up to what Mr. Patrick said, moving from research innovation to economic innovation, I think. Currently we are implementing a project that is funded by NCST, and one of the challenges that we have faced is finding raw materials that are locally made. And when we are looking at those, we were able to get the raw materials, but those raw materials are kind of priced a little bit highly. And when we plan maybe in the future to scale up the product that we are producing, it will be a bit expensive for the local population to buy or to afford. So my question will be, what will be some of the advices or what can be done to tackle that challenge in case when we have this great idea, but we are lacking like raw materials or things that can be affordable for the population. Thank you.
Thank you. So Leila is asking a question. I think anyone can take this one. Yeah, we'll start with
Yes, thank you very much. I thought PS will take this, but let me bring my contribution first. Yeah, I think we have to understand, of course, that there is a transition. There is a process we are going through. Some of the raw material that we are using are not really produced locally, which makes even the product that is coming out becoming also very expensive. But also this comes now from the genesis. How do you, let me take like the context of the Made in Rwanda brand policy, where they are trying to encourage the use of the existing facilities, materials, opportunities to produce products that can be able to respond to the needs, but also bring the elements of affordability. Of course, when it comes now affordability, there are different dimensions. That's also economic dimensions comes in. Do people have the ability to afford or to buy the product that's being produced? That's also sent the question to the industrial sector. How can you become more efficient to ensure that the product that's being multiplied becomes easily accessible to the market, by the market? So there is a different types of dynamics. Still, the research will come in to say, how can we find substitute products that are not expensive compared to what we have? Or how do we ensure that there is a certain generational shift from the highly expensive products to quality products, but not expensive. So this becomes still questions that the industry sector will have to think together with the researchers. In fact, that's where you will find researchers and private sector players sitting together.
I think, Leila, you are lucky you found the material. In some cases, you will have to create your own material, raw material, as an input into your product design. So I think, number one, it's great that you found the material. Now, that's the process of innovation. And sometimes at the ministry, we talk about market creating innovation, the kind of product that may actually start creating a whole industry behind it. So in this case, your challenge is about cost. I would assume it might be also about availability and consistency of the supply chain of whatever the raw material is, as you move from design sort of prototyping phase to scale. So I think that signals that you're onto something that is potentially in that realm of market creating innovations, where your solution is triggering other things to happen within that innovation ecosystem or that value chain. And I think more and more of what we need to be doing is supporting startup companies and innovations that require that kind of input and support, and maybe taking note of what can we do to make sure that is available. So this may be on a case by case, on a need basis, where what we do at the ministry is sitting together with the startups and young innovators or young solutions to figure out, does it inform us to have other interventions that will support that ecosystem. So I think it's a challenge that you face, as Professor Bazoza has highlighted, but it shouldn't be a discouragement. It should be a trigger of more work we need to do to enable an ecosystem-wide or a supply chain around that solution. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the panel. Just looking at the time, I want to invite some last comment from you, our panelists. So maybe I'll start with that end and come this way. If you have 1 minute, I know, so we've been talking about prospect, we've touched across many components of discussion. So if you were to take 1 minute to share a takeaway message, what would it be? So we start with PS Eve and then we'll come this way.
I think my comment will be a follow-up on a point that I made earlier on, is emphasis on collaboration. If I can pick from the example that Professor Zoza presented around Global Innovation Index, consistently in many countries, you see that, and it is our case in Rwanda, we have more input than output, which comes back to the point I made. Even if it's 1% of the GDP, how are we being effective and efficient in the use of generating, even more outputs from the inputs we're doing? So we need collaboration. We need to really be checking about the limited resources that we have. How are we deploying them in the most effective ways? So that's what I would leave as a challenge, so that we really continue to think about, in a world where this funding and investment is not necessarily increasing as we would want, how are we becoming more efficient, leveraging each other within the ecosystem?
Thank you, Dr. Lisa. The floor is yours.
Okay, well, I agree very much with the idea of collaboration, both when it comes to within the ecosystem, trying to pool resources to the extent that is possible and work with others in order to achieve the goals you want, and also in terms of grand challenges as a lever for being able to reach out beyond Rwanda and work with others. And then I'm just going to go back to my second F of failure, that innovation happens when you dare to try things that may not work. And I think that that's, for Rwanda, very, very important, because Rwanda has this amazing results-based culture where everything is measured and you want to achieve according to pre-designed goals, but sometimes you have to sort of be courageous enough to fail, because that's where innovation starts. And so that's my takeaway.
Agreed. Thank you, Dr. Lisa. The floor is yours, Prof. Alfred.
Yeah, let's just build on these previous statements. Yes, innovation comes, and I may say that the Grand Challenges is offering now opportunities for more research and development and innovation as far as Rwanda and Africa is concerned. But the message is for researchers: to what extent are we benefiting, and are we ready to uptake on these potential benefits and offers that are provided in terms of contributing to the innovation and addressing challenges that face our community. Now, number two, I think that's where we need to position strategically as the research community, but also as the industrial sector. How do we come together to ensure that we are all serving the same nation? We are all addressing the same problems. Then I think it should not be really an issue to sit together and agree on the challenge and also on how this needs to be addressed. Lastly, but not least, the aspect of collaboration among researchers themselves. That also brings aspect of coaching, mentorship, sharing of experiences and skills. I think we still have an opportunity to learn from each other and build the skills from one another, which is one of the core drivers of innovation. So if you don't have skills, competencies, capital will come after, but this is one of the important and critical conditions to ensure that whatever ecosystem of supporting research and development comes is also basing on such genuine collaboration between and among researchers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I want to help me thank our panelists this afternoon. I think the panel today has been quite fruitful in terms of addressing prospects around research and innovation and how to increase the investment in order to lower development barriers and reach economic growth. Again, I want to encourage you to stay around and network. I think a panel like this, raises a few questions as much as it provided some insights and yeah. So feel free to network, stay around. I know that in terms of the next part of the program, maybe I'll call on to Dr. Louis to let us know. This has been day one. And tomorrow will be the second day of this important launch event. So thank you again to our panelists, and thanks to you, the audience, for participating in this third session of today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. For our panelists, as well as the audience. Just next, we have health break and then session of networking, as well as the time for exhibition. It's like 1 hour. And then we invite all here. We'll be having a dinner around 6. So welcome all. And then tomorrow, we'll be having, again, some 2 keynote addresses, and then additional panel discussion around prioritizing research in vaccine, pharmaceutical product and services in Africa, as well as achievement, challenge, and the prosper research and innovation development in Africa. Thank you all. I wish you good networking between all of us. And the dinner will be here closer, MH2. Thank you very much.